For the Sunday play, we present The Shoemaker's Holiday by Thomas Dekker. This year may well be the quatercentenary of Dekker's birth. He was born about the year 1570. In this pleasant comedy of the gentle craft, which was first performed at court on the 1st of January in the year 1600, the part of Simon Eyre, the shoemaker, is played by the late Sir Donald Wolfett, who also speaks the prologue. The Shoemaker's Holiday.
To all good fellows, professors of the gentle craft, of what degree soever, kind gentlemen and honest boon companions, I present you here with a merry conceited comedy called The Shoemaker's Holiday, as it was acted by my Lord Admiral's players on New Year's Day in the year 1600 before the Queen's most excellent majesty, for the mirth and pleasant matter by her highness graciously accepted. Take all in good worth that is well intended, for nothing is purposed but mirth. Mirth lengtheneth long life, which with all other blessings I heartily wish you. Farewell.
My Lord Mayor.
My Lord Lincoln.
You have sundry times feasted myself and many courtiers more. Seldom or never can we be so kind to make requital of your courtesy. About leaving this, I hear my nephew Lacy is much affected to your daughter Rose.
True, my good lord, and she loves him so well that I mislike her boldness in the chase.
Take heed, my lord, advise you what you do. A verier unthrift lives not in the world than is my nephew. But I'll tell you what, 'tis now almost a year since he requested to travel countries for experience. Scant had he journeyed through half Germany, but all his coin was spent, his men cast off, his bills embezzled, and my jolly coz, ashamed to show his bankrupt presence here, became a shoemaker in Wittenberg. A goodly science for a gentleman of such descent.
And yet your nephew Roland might do well, now he hath learned an occupation.
Aye, but I have a better trade for him.
Oh?
I thank his majesty. He hath appointed him chief colonel of these companies mustered in London and the shires about to serve his highness in these wars of France. See where he comes. Nephew, what news with you?
His Highness will decrees I ship for France with all my powers. He would not for a million, but I should land at Dieppe within 4 days.
Then, nephew Lacy, in what forwardness are all your companies?
All well prepared. The men of Hertfordshire lie at Mile End. Suffolk and Essex train in Tothill Fields. The Londoners and those of Middlesex all gallantly prepared in Finsbury, with frolic spirits long for their parting hour.
My Lord of Lincoln, and if it please your nephew Lacy come to the Guildhall, he shall receive his pay. And 20 pounds besides, my brethren will freely give him, to approve our loves we bear unto my lord your uncle here.
I thank your honor. Thanks, my good Lord Mayor.
At the Guildhall we will expect your coming.
Nephew, that 20 pound he doth bestow for joy, to rid you from his daughter Rose. But cousin Lacy, now here are none but friends. I would not have you cast an amorous eye upon so mean a project as the love of a gay, wanton, painted citizen.
But, uncle,
I know this churl, even in the height of scorn, doth hate the mixture of his blood with thine.
I care not.
I pray thee do thou so. Remember, coz, what honourable fortunes wait on thee.
My lord, I will so guide my actions in pursuit of France as shall add glory to the Lacy's name.
Coz, for those words, here's 30 Portuguese.
How gladly would my uncle have me gone.
Stay, cousin. Who be these?
Leave whining, Jane, leave whining. Away with this whimpering, this puling, these blubbering tears, these wet eyes. I'll get thy husband discharged, I warrant thee, sweet Jane. Now go to.
Master, here be the captain.
Peace, Hodge.
But master, You be the cavaliers and the colonels,
Peace,
master.
Ferk, peace, my fine Ferk. Now stand by with your pishery-pashery away. I'm a man of the best presence. I'll speak to him and they were popes. Gentlemen, captains, colonels, commanders, brave men, brave leaders. Now may it please you to give me audience. I am Simon Eyre, the mad shoemaker of Tower Street. This
Simon Eyre,
wench with the mealy mouth that'll never tire is my wife, I can tell you. Now here's Hodge, my man and my foreman.
Aye, sir.
Here's Ferk, my fine Ferking journeyman.
Aye, sir.
And this is Blubber Jane. Now all we come to be suitors for this honest Rafe. Keep him at home. And as I am a true shoemaker and a gentleman of the gentle craft, buy spurs yourself, and I'll find your boots these 7 years.
7 years, husband?
Peace, midriff, peace. I know what I do. Peace.
Truly, Master Colonel, you shall do God good service to let Rafe and his wife stay together.
Let him stay, else shall I be undone.
Truly, my friends, it lies not in my power. The Londoners are pressed, paid, and set forth by the Lord Mayor. I cannot change a man.
Why, then you were as good be a corporal as the colonel if you cannot discharge one good fellow?
Well said, melancholic Hodge. Truly, gentlemen, it were ill done for such as you to stand so stiffly against a poor young wife. She's new married, but let that pass. Her husband is a young man, but newly entered, but let that pass.
Now, away with your pishery-pashery, your poles and your eddy poles. Peace, midriff. Silence, Cecily Bumthinket. Peace, scoundrels. Now, you see this man, Rafe? Captains, you will not release him? Well, let him go. He's a proper shot. Let him vanish. Now, peace, Jane. Dry thy tears. They'll make his powder dankish. Take him, brave men. Hector of Troy was an hackney to him. Hercules and Termagant, scoundrels. Prince Arthur's round table, by the Lord of Ludgate, ne'er fed such a tall, such a dapper swordsman. By the life of Pharaoh, a brave, resolute swordsman. Oh, peace, Jane. I say no more, mad knaves.
I'm glad, good Master Eyre, it is my hap to meet so resolute a soldier. Is thy name Rafe?
Yes, sir.
Give me thy hand. Thou shalt not want, as I am a gentleman. Woman, be patient. God no doubt will send thy husband safe again, but he must go. His country's quarrel says it shall be so.
Nephew, the Lord Mayor and the aldermen at the Guildhall attend our coming. I do request you with all speed you may to hasten thither.
Come, uncle, let us go. Rafe, hie to your colours.
Alas, my Rafe.
Oh, husband, she cannot speak for weeping.
Peace, wife. Now, peace, you cracked groats. Your mustard tokens. Disquiet not the brave soldier. Go thy ways, Rafe.
Aye, you bid him go. What shall I do when he is gone?
What be doing with me or my fellow Hodge? Be not idle.
Now, let me see thy hand, Jane. And this fine hand, this white hand, these pretty fingers must spin, must card, must work. Work, you bombast cotton candle queen. Work for your living with a pox to you. Hold thee, Rafe. Here's 5 6pences for thee.
Oh, master.
Fight for the honour of the gentle craft, for the gentlemen shoemakers, the courageous cordwainers, the flower of St. Martin's, the mad knaves of Bedlam, Fleet Street, Tower Street, and Whitechapel. Now, crack me the crowns of the French knaves, a box on 'em. Crack 'em. Fight by the Lord of Ludgate. Fight, my fine boy.
Yea, master, yea.
Here, Rafe. Here's 3 tuppences.
Thank you, Ferk.
2 carrying into France. The 3rd shall wash old souls at part. For sorrow is dry. For my sake, for the bassy mon Jews.
Rafe, I am heavy at parting, but here's a shilling for thee.
Oh, thank you, Hodge.
God send thee to cram thy slops with French crowns and thy enemies' bellies with bullets.
I thank you, master, and I thank you all. Now, gentle wife, my loving, lovely Jane. Rich men at parting give their wives rich gifts, jewels and rings to grace their lily hands. Thou knowst our trade makes rings for women's heels. Here, take this pair of shoes, cut out by Hodge, stitched by my fellow Ferk, seamed by myself, made up and pinked with letters for thy name. Wear them, my dear Jane, for your husband's sake. And every morning when thou pullst them on, remember me and pray for my return.
Oh, my Rafe. sit I down upon this flowery bank and make a garland for my Lacy's head. These pinks, these roses, and these violets, these blushing gillyflowers, these marigolds, carry not half such beauty in their cheeks as the sweet countenance of my Lacy doth. Oh, my most unkind father, here as a thief am I imprisoned for my dear Lacy's sake within these walls which by my father's cost were builded up for better purposes. Here must I languish for him that doth as much lament, I know, mine absence, as for him I pine in woe.
Good morrow, young Mistress Rose. I'm sure you'll make that garland for me against I shall be lady of the harvest.
Sybil, what news at London?
Oh, none but good.
Well?
My Lord Mayor, your father, yes, and Master Philpot, your uncle,
yes,
and Master Scott, your cousin, and Mistress Sprigbottom by Doctor's Commons do all
yes,
by
yes,
my troth send you most hearty commendations.
Did Lacy send kind greetings to his love?
Oh, yes, at a cry. By my troth, I scant knew him. What? Here he wore a scarf, and here a scarf. Here a bunch of feathers, and here precious stones and jewels, and a pair of garters. Oh, monstrous. Like one of your yellow silk curtains at home here in Old Ford House, here in Master Bellymount's chamber. Oh. I stood at our door in Cornhill, looked at him. He at me, indeed. Spake to him, but he not to me, not a word.
Oh, Sybil.
Merry gut, thought I, with a wannion. He passed by me as proud, merry foe. You grown humorous, thought I, and so shut the door, and in I came.
Oh, Sybil, how dost thou my Lacy wrong? My Roland is as gentle as a lamb. No dove was ever half so mild as he.
Mild? Yea, as a bushel of stamped crabs.
Oh, Sybil.
He looked upon me as sour as verjuice. Oh. Go thy ways, thought I. Thou mayst be much in my gaskins, but nothing in my nether stocks. This is your fault, mistress, to love him that loves not you.
Will my love leave me then and go to France?
I know not that, but I'm sure I see him stalk before the soldiers. By my troth, he's a proper man, but he is proper that proper doth. Let him go snick up, young mistress.
Get thee to London, Sybil, and learn perfectly whether my Lacy go to France or no. Do this, and I will give thee for thy pains my cambric apron, and my Romish gloves, my purple stockings, and a stomacher. Oh, say thou wilt do this, Sybil, for my sake.
Oh, will I, quotha? By my troth, yes, I'll go. Oh. A cambric apron, gloves, a pair of purple stockings, and a stomacher. I'll sweat in purple, mistress, for you. I'll take anything that comes at God's name. Oh, rich, a cambric apron. Oh, faith and habit, up tails all. So sing with me in jollity and leave all cares behind. So sing with me in jollity and up tails all. And up tails all. And up tails, up, tails off.
In Moorland, Gelderland, frolic wie Wien. He was as drunk he couldn't yet stand up, so sie bien. Trap ins die Kandikel, bringt schöne Mandikel.
How many shapes have gods and kings devised, thereby to compass their desired loves? It is no shame for Roland Lacy, then, to clothe his cunning with the gentle craft, and in the semblance of a Dutch shoemaker, this early morning walk the streets of London, that thus disguised I may unknown possess the only happy presence of my Rose. For her have I forsook my charge in France, incurred the king's displeasure, and stirred up rough hatred in mine uncle Lincoln's breast. But thus it must be. For her cruel father, hating the single union of our souls, did secretly convey my Rose from London to bar me of her presence. But I trust fortune and this disguise will further me once more to view her beauty, gain her sight. Yonder in Tower Street with Eyre the shoemaker, me and I are wild to work. I know the trade. I learnt it when I was in Wittenberg. The gentle craft is living for a man.
Was ein Wohlfahrt Gelderland, fröhlich sie fliehen. Die Wasserstrom, die couldn't yet stand up, soll sie fliehen. Tja, sie kann erkennen, bringt schöne Mannequin.
Where be these boys, these girls, these grabs, these scoundrels? They wallow in the fat brewis of my bounty and lick up the crumbs of my table, yet will not rise to see my walks cleansed. Come out, you powder beef queans. What nan? What mad's mumble crust? Come out, you fat midriff swag belly whores, and sweep me these kennels, that the noisome stench offend not the nose of my neighbours. What firk, I say? What hodge? Open my shop windows. What firk, I say?
Oh, master. Is it you that speak bandog on Bedlam this morning? Oh, I was in a dream. Mused what madman was got into the street so early. Have you drunk this morning? Yet the throat is so clear.
Well said, Ferg, well said, Ferg. Now to work, my fine knave, to work, to work. Wash thy face, and thou be more blessed.
I'll let them wash my face at the least.
Away, you sloven, avaunt, you scoundrel. Good morrow, Hodge. Good morrow, my fine foreman.
Oh, master, good morrow. Oh, you're there, stir. He's a fair morning. Good morrow, Ferk. I could have slept this hour. Oh, it's a brave day to walk.
Oh, haste to work, my fine foreman. Haste to work.
Yea, master, yea. Master, I'm as dry as dust with my fellow Hodge talk of fair weather. Let us pray for good leather. Let clowns and ploughboys and those that work in the fields pray for brave days. We work in a dry shop. What care I if it rain?
Cold the wind and wets the rain, Saint Hubie our good speed. Ill is the weather that bringeth no gain, nor helps good hearts to need. Ill is the weather that bringeth no gain, nor helps good hearts in need.
How now, Dame Marjorie? Can you see to rise? Trip and go and call up the drabs you made.
See to rise? I hope 'tis time enough, 'tis early enough for any woman to be seen abroad. I marvel how many wives in Tower Street are up so soon. God's meat is not noon. Here's a yawning.
Peace, Marjorie, peace. Where's Cicely Bumtrinket you made? She has a privy fault. She farts in her sleep. Call the queen up. If my men want shoe thread, I'll swinge her in a stirrup.
Master, for life, yonder's a brother of the gentle craft. If he bear not secures his bones, I'll forfeit my bones. He's some poplandish workman. Hire him, good master.
Peace, work, a hard world. Let him pass, let him vanish.
Hire him, master, that I may learn some gibble-gabble.
Hey, my fine folk, we've journeymen in now.
Good master, 'twill make us work the faster.
Oh, well, now.
Hey, husband, you best follow your men's counsel. You shall see what will come on. We have not many now, but we must entertain every butterbox. But let them pass.
Dame, for God, if my master follow your counsel, he'll consume little beef. He should be glad of men and he can catch 'em.
Oh, Hodge, that he shall.
Oh, God, a proper man, and I warrant. A fine workman. Master, farewell. Dame, adieu. If such a man as he cannot find work, Hodge is not for you.
No, stay, my fine Hodge.
Faith, if Hodge remove, Ferk follows. If St. Hugh's bones shall not be set to work, I may prick mine all in the walls and go play. Yeah, fare ye well, master. Goodbye, Dad.
No, tarry, my fine Hodge, my brisk foreman. No,
Stay,
Ferg.
Hey, let him go.
Peace, you pudding broth. By the Lord of Ludgate, I love my men as my life.
Oh, let that pass.
Peace, you galley Morphy. Hodge. If he want work, I'll hire him. Now, one of you to him. Oh, stay, he comes to us.
Good and dark, mister.
Here, friend. What's thy name?
Hans Müller.
Well, give me thy hand. Thou'rt welcome. Hodge, entertain him. Firk, bid him welcome. Come, Hans. Now, run, wife. Bid your maids, your chullybubs, make ready my fine men's breakfast and bring in beer. To him, Hodge.
Hans, thou art welcome.
Danke.
Use thyself friendly, for we're good fellows. If not, thou shalt be fought with, wert thou bigger than a giant.
Aye, and drunk with, wert thou gargantua. My master keeps no cows, I tell thee. Oh, boy! Bring him in an eel block. Here's a new journeyman.
Quick, snapper away. Firk, scour thy throat. Thou shalt wash it with Castilian liquor. See, now this beer comes hopping in well. Come, give me a can. Now have to thee, Hans. Here, Hodge. Here, Firk. Drink, you mad Greeks, and work like true Trojans, and pray for Simon Eyre, the shoemaker. Drink, Hans, and welcome.
Round both, and here kindly to thee. They sing a dirge for St. Hugh's soul, and down it merrily. Down a down, hey down a down, hey down a down, down merry. Oh, well done to me, let come, bring comfort, gentle joy. Hey, oh, well done to me, let come. Hey, oh, well, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh.
Simon, it is almost 7.
Is so, Dame Clapperdudgeon.
Yes.
It's 7 o'clock, yes. And my men's breakfast not ready. Trip and go, you soused conger. Away!
Ow!
Come, you mad Hyperboreans. Follow me, Hodge.
Aye, sir.
Follow me, Hans. Come after me, fine folk.
Right, sir.
And ere your breakfast be ready, to work. To work a while.
Aye, aye.
Ya can sing. Ya can sing.
The game's not far. This way with winged feet he fled from death, whilst the pursuing hound sending his steps find out his highway to destruction. Besides, the miller's boy told me even now that long he could not hold.
If it be so, Cousin Hammond, 'tis best we trace these meadows by Old Ford.
Cousin, let's away. Get on, get up. Come on.
Why, Sybil, wilt thou prove a forester?
Upon some, no. Forester, go by. No faith, mistress. The deer came running into the barn, through the orchard, and over the pale. I looked as pale as a new cheese to see him. But whip, says Goodman Pinclose, my lord mayor shall eat of him anon when he comes.
Hark! Hark, the hunters come. You best take heed. They'll have a saying to you for this deed.
God save you, fair ladies.
Lady, so gross.
Came not a buck this way?
No, but 2 does.
And which way went they? Faith will hunt at those.
At those? Upon some, no.
Upon some, aye.
This way he ran indeed, fair Mistress Rose. Our game was lately in your orchard scene.
And can you advise which way he took his flight?
Trust me, not I. He fled some other way.
Which way, my sugar candy, can you show?
Come up, good honey sops, upon some now.
Why do you stay and not pursue your game?
A deer, more deer, is found within this place.
But not the deer, sir, which you had in chase.
I chased the deer, but this deer chaseth me.
The strangest hunting that ever I see.
What? Master Hammond? Welcome to Old Ford.
God, Spitikins, hands off, sir. Here's my lord.
I hear you had ill luck, Master Hammond, and lost your game.
'Tis true, my lord mayor.
I'm sorry for the same. What gentleman is this?
My brother-in-law.
The Lord Mayor.
You're welcome both. Sith fortune offers you into my hands, you shall not part from hence until you have refreshed your wearied limbs. Go, Sybil, cover the board. You shall be guests to no good cheer, but even a hunter's feast.
I thank your lordship. Cousin, on my life, for our lost Benson, I shall find a wife.
Ich soll you what sagen, Hans. Ja? Die Schiff, dat kommen vom Kandy, ist alles voll bei Gottes Sakrament von Zucker, Siewet, Almonds, Kambrik und all Dingen. Tausend Ding. Nehmt it, Hans. Nehmt it voor uw meester. Daar be de bills van leding. Your meester, Simon Eyre, zal hoekhoben. Wat zeggen you, Hans?
What says the Dutch skipper? What siggin' riggin' the coatin' floatin'? Laugh, Hodge, laugh. Mein lieber Bruder Firk, bringt Mr. Eyre to den Sign und Swannekin. Aye? The inn of the sign of the Swannekin. Ah. There shall you find this Dutch skipper and me. What second you, Brother Firk? Do it, Hodge. Come, skipper.
Ja, we're going.
Bring him into the sign of the Swan, quoth he? Here's no knavery. Bring my master to buy a ship worth the lading of 200,000 or 300,000 pounds? Oh, well, that's nothing. A trifle, a bauble, Hodge.
The truth is, Firk, that the merchant owner of the ship dare not show his head. And therefore, this skipper that deals for him, for the love he bears to hands, offers my master Eyre a bargain in the commodities.
Yea, but can my fellow hands lend my master these 20 porpentines as an earnest penny?
40 goose, I would say. Oh, gold coins. Here they be, Firk. They tingle in my pocket like some merry old bells.
Mum, here comes me dame and me master. Oh, she'll scold on me life for loitering this Monday. But all's one, let them all say what they can. Monday's our holiday. How's a wind and waits a rain, sight you be our good speed.
But I beshrew your heart, I fear for this your singing we shall smart.
Smart for me, Dame. Why, Dame, why?
Master, I hope you'll not suffer my dame to take down your journeyman.
If you take me down, I'll take her up. Yeah, and take her down too. A buttonhole lower.
Peace, not I, Hodge. By the life of Pharaoh, by the Lord of Ludgate, by this beard, every hair whereof I value at a king's ransom, she shall not meddle with
husband,
her. Peace, you bombast cotton candle queen. Away, queen of clubs. Quarrel not with me and my men, with me and my fine Firk. I'll Firk you if you do.
Yeah, you may use me as you please, but let that pass.
Let it pass, let it vanish away. Peace! What? Am I not Simon Eyre? Are not these my brave men, brave shoemakers, all gentlemen of the gentle craft? Prince am I none, yet am I nobly born, as being the sole son of a shoemaker. Away, rubbish! Vanish, melt! Melt like your kitchen stuff.
Yeah, it is well. I must be called rubbish, kitchen stuff, for a peck of names.
Nay, Dame, you shan't weep and wail in woe for me.
Not wrong.
Master, I'll stay no longer. Here's a vanity and me shop closed. Adieu, Master. Hodge, farewell.
Nay, stay, Firk. Thou shalt not go alone.
Oh, I pray, let him go. There'll be more maids than Morkin, more men than Hodge, and more fools than Firk.
Fools? If I tarry now, me guts might be turned to shoot.
And if I say, I pray God I may be turned to a Turk and set in Finsbury for boys to shoot at.
No, stay, my fine knaves, you arms of my trade, you pillars of my profession. What, shall a tittle-tattle's words make you forsake Simon Eyre?
I'll let that pass.
Avaunt, kitchen stuff. Rip your brown-bread tannikin out of my sight. Move me not. Haven't I ta'en you from selling tripes in Eastcheap and set you in my shop and made you hail fellow with Simon Eyre, the shoemaker? And now do you deal thus with my journeyman? Look, you powder beef queen, on the face of Hodge. Now there's a face for a lord. And look on Master Firk. Now here's a face for any lady in Christendom. Rip your chitterling avaunt. Boy, bid the tapster of the Boar's Head fill me a dozen cans of beer for my journeyman.
A dozen cans? Oh, brave Hodge. Now I'll stay.
And I.
And boy, if the knave fills any more than two, he pays for them. A dozen cans of beer for my journeyman. Now, hear you, my mad Mesopotamians. Soon you'll wash your livers with this liquor. So to work a while. Ya can see. Now, ya can see.
Well, Yarkin and see me, let me alone and I come to it.
Well, Master, all this is from the bias. Do you remember the ship my fellow Hans told you of?
Yeah, well?
The skipper and he are both drinking at the Swan. Here be his Portuguese coins to give earnest.
Well?
If you go through with it, you cannot choose but be a lord at least.
You see, Master, we've been bargaining with Skellum Scanderbag. Can you Dutch spur come for a ship of silk cypress, laden with sugar candy?
Peace, Ferch. Silence, tittle-tattle. Fella Hodge, I'll go through with it.
Master.
I have here Fella Hans's fine coins. Bring me to the sign of the Swannikin.
What a day, Mr. Eyre. This be the skipper that had the ship van merchandise. The commodity been good. Nemped it, mister, nemped it.
God a mercy, Hans. Welcome, skipper. Now, where lies this ship of merchandise?
The ship beating it to leave her. Dobby van Soker, Sievet, almonds, cambric, and 1,000 things. Hot sacrament, nipt it, meester. Je zal op goed kopen.
Sweet master, oh, sweet master, sweet wares. Prunes, almonds, sugar candy, carrot roots, turnips, brave fatting meat. Let not a man buy a nutmeg but yourself.
Peace, Ferg. Come, skipper. I'll go aboard with you.
Ja, mister.
Come, Hans, follow me.
No, mister.
Skipper, thou shalt have my countenance in the city. And here a velvet coat, and I've sent for my alderman's guarded gown and a damask cassock. See where it comes? Look here, Maggie. Help me, Ferk. Apparel me, Hodge. Silk and satin, you mad Philistines. Silk and satin.
Oh, my master and alderman. You'll be as proud as a dog in a doublet, all in beaten damask and velvet.
Now, softly, Ferk, for rearing of the nap and wearing threadbare my garments. How dost thou like me, Ferk? How do I look, my fine Hodge?
Why, now you look like yourself, master. I warrant you there's few in the city but will give you the wall and come upon you with a right worshipful.
Lord, see what good raiment doth. Dame, are you not enough?
How sayest thou, Maggie? Am I not brisk? Am I not fine?
Oh, fine. By me troth, sweetheart, very fine. By me troth, I never liked thee so well in me life, sweetheart. But let that pass. I warrant there be many women in the city have not so handsome husbands, but only for their apparel, but let that pass too.
But come, Dame, I hope you'll chide us no more now that master's alderman.
No, Purdy Hodge. I'd feel honour creep upon me. And what's more, a certain rising in me flesh, but let that pass. Well, come, I'll go in. Hodge, prithee, go before me. Ferk, follow me.
Ferk doth follow. Hodge, pass out in state.
How now, good Dodger?
What would me Lord of Lincoln?
What's the news from France?
Upon the 18th day of May, the French and English were prepared to fight. Each side with eager fury gave the sign of a most hot encounter.
Yes.
5 long hours, both armies fought together.
Yes.
At the length, the lot of victory fell on our sides.
And Dodger, prithee, tell me, in this fight, how did my nephew Lacy bear himself?
My lord, your nephew Lacy was not there.
Not there?
No, me good lord.
Oh, sure thou mistakest.
My lord, I am advised that what I speak is true. To prove it so, his cousin Askew, that supplied his place, sent me for him from France, that secretly he might convey himself thither.
Is it even so? Has he despised my love, and spurned those favours which I with prodigal hand poured on his head? Procure the king to crown his giddy brows with ample honours. Send him chief colonel, on all my hope thus to be dashed. Upon my life, I found out his plot. That old dog love that fawned upon him so. Love to that puling girl, his fair-cheeked Rose, the Lord Mayor's daughter, hath distracted him. Dodger, it is so.
I fear so, me good lord.
It is so. Nay, sure it cannot be. I'm at my wit's end. Dodger.
Yea, me lord.
Thou art acquainted with my nephew's haunts. Spend this gold for thy pains.
Oh, sir.
Go seek him out. Watch at my Lord Mayor's. There, if he live, Dodger, thou shalt be sure to meet with him. Prithee, be diligent. Be circumspect.
I warrant you, my lord.
Good Master Doctor. Here, good Lord Mayor. Ere you tell me all the news you bring, I will be bold with you to be a witness to a wedding not betwixt young Master Hammond and my daughter. Oh, stand aside. See where the lovers come.
Can it be possible you love me so? No, Master Hammond. Within those eyeballs I espy apparent likelihoods of flattery. Pray now, let go my hand.
Sweet Mistress Rose, I love you by this hand.
Yet, hands off now. If flesh be frail, how weak and frail's your vow.
What? Square they, Master Dodger?
Sir, never doubt. Lovers are quickly in and quickly out.
Sweet Rose, be not so strange in fancying me. Nay, never turn aside. Shun not my sight. If you will love me so, if not, farewell.
Why, how now, lovers? Are you both agreed?
Yes, faith, my lord.
'Tis well. Give me your hand.
Lord.
Give me yours, daughter.
But, Father,
How now? Both pull back. What means this, girl?
I mean to live a maid.
Will you still cross me, still be obstinate? But, Master Hammond, no, if you will have her, I'll make her agree.
Nay, forced love is worse than hate to me. There is a wench keeps shop in the old change. To her will I. My good Lord Mayor, adieu. Old love for me. I have no luck with new.
Now, Mammet, you have well behaved yourself.
Oh, Father.
But you shall curse your coyness if I live. Who's within there?
My lord.
Sybil, see you convey your mistress straight to the old fort.
Oh, no, Father.
I'll keep you straight enough.
Oh,
Go,
Father.
minion, in.
Father.
Now, Master Dodger, what's the news you bring?
The Earl of Lincoln, by me, greets your lordship, and earnestly requests you, if you can, inform him where his nephew Lacy keeps.
Is not his nephew Lacy now in France?
No, I assure your lordship, but disguised lurks here in London.
Lurks in London? Well, Master Dodger, you perhaps may start him. Be but the means to rid him into France, I'll give you 12 angels for your pains.
Oh, Lord.
So much I love his honour, hate his nephew, and prithee, so inform thy lord from me.
I take my leave.
Farewell, good Master Dodger. Lacy in London? I dare pawn my life my daughter knows thereof, and for that cause denied young Master Hammond in his love. Well, I am glad I sent her to Old Fort. God knows, 'tis late. To Guildhall I must hie. I know my brethren stay my company, there to attend the choosing of a sheriff.
Oh, that goes too fast for me, Hodge. Oh, Ferk.
Aye, forsooth.
I pray thee, run, do you hear? Run to Guildhall and learn if my husband, Master Eyre, will take that worshipful vocation of Master Sheriff upon him.
We'll take it.
Well, I be good Ferk.
Well, I go, and he should not take it. Ferk swears to forswear him. Yes, forsooth. I go to Guildhall.
Nay, when? Thou art too compendious and tedious.
How rare, Your Excellency's full of eloquence.
Nay, when? Thou wilt make me melancholic?
God forbid your worship should fall into that humour. I'm round.
Oh, let me sit down now. Oh. Yes, and you here, Hans.
Yo, mistress.
And you here.
Aye, forsooth, Dame. Well, mistress, I should say, but the old term so sticks to the roof of my mouth I can hardly lick it off.
Even what thou wilt, good Hodge. Dame is a fair name for any honest Christian. Let that pass. How dost thou, Hans?
Oh, me thank you, Frau.
Well, Hans and Hodge, you see, God hath blessed your master, and Purdy, if ever he comes to be Master Sheriff of London, as with all mortal, you shall see, I will have some odd thing or other in the corner for you.
Oh.
I will not be your back friend, but let that pass. And, pray thee, tie my shoe.
I shall, Frau.
Hodge, thou knowest the length of my foot, as it's none of the biggest, so I thank God it's handsome enough. Prithee, let me have a pair of shoes made. Cork, good Hodge, wood nail too.
You shall.
Art thou never acquainted with a farthingale maker, nor a French hood maker?
No.
Oh. I must enlarge me bum. How shall I look in a hood, I wonder?
As a cat out of a pillory.
Purdy, oddly, I think.
Oh, very well, I warrant you, mistress.
Yes. It's very hot. Must get me a fan or else a mask.
So you had need to hide your wrinkled face.
Fie upon it, how costly this world's calling is. Purdy, but that it's one of the wonderful works of God, I wouldn't deal with it. Is not fur come yet?
No, Dame.
Hans, be not so sad. Let it pass and vanish, as my husband's worship says.
Oh, ik bin frolic. Let me see you so.
Mistress, will you drink a pipe of tobacco?
Oh, fie upon it, old Purdy. These filthy tobacco pipes are the most idle, slavering baubles that ever I felt. Ugh, out upon it. God bless us, men look not like men at youth.
Why, mistress, look over there.
Where?
It's Jane's husband, fellow Rafe.
Oh.
Why? How now, lame. Oh, Hans, you make much of him. He's a brother of our trade, a good workman and a tall soldier.
You be welcome, brother.
Purdy, I knew him not. How dost thou, good Rafe? I'm glad to see thee well.
I would, God dame, you saw me as well as when I went from London into France.
Oh.
And, Sirrah Rafe, what news? Well, what news in France?
Tell me, good Hodge, first, what news in England? How does my Jane? When didst thou see my wife? Where lives my poor heart? She'll be poor indeed now I want limbs to get whereon to feed.
Limbs? That's so not hands, man. Thou shalt never see a shoemaker want bread, though he may but have 3 fingers on a hand.
Yet all this while I hear not of my Jane.
Oh, Rafe, your wife, Purdy, we know not what's become of her. No, she was here a while, and because she was married, grew more stately than became her. Well, I checked her and so forth, and away she flung, never returned, nor said bye nor bond. So as I tell you, oh, Hodge, is not come yet.
No, forsooth.
And so as we heard not of her, let that pass. Oh, Hans, look if become.
Yo, I shall.
So as I said.
It is Hans and Ferg.
Oh, mistress!
What?
Hodge! He, that boy is. Mistress,
yeah?
Pack up your looks. Put with your best apparel. My master is My master is called, nay, condemned by the cry of the country to be sheriff of the city for this famous year now to come. And time now being, a great many men in black gowns were asked for their voices and their hands, and my master had all their fists about his ears presently. And they cried, "Aye, oi, aye, oi." So I came away. Wherefore, without all other grief, I do salute you, Mistress Shreve.
Yeah,
my master is the great man, this Shreve.
Did I not tell you, mistress? Now I may boldly say good morrow to your worship.
Good morrow, good Hodge.
Aye?
I thank you, my good people all.
Oh, faith.
Huh? Hold up thy hand. Here's a threepenny piece for thy tidings.
It's but 3 agnes, I think. Yeah, 'tis 3 agnes. I smell those.
But, mistress, be ruled by me, and do not speak so puerilely.
Says the worship speaks so, not she. No, faith, mistress. Speak me in the old key. To it, foot. Ply your business, Hodge. I'll fill your bellies with good cheer till they cry twang. See, my lieber brother, here comes my master.
Master!
Master! Hey,
Oh,
master.
welcome home, Master Shreve. I pray God continue you in health and wealth.
See here, my Maggie, a chain, a gold chain for Simon Eyre. I shall make thee a lady. Here's a French hood for thee. On with it, on with it. Here, now, dress thy brows with this flap of a shoulder of mutton to make thee look lovely. Where be my fine men?
Here, master.
I'll make over my shop and tools to thee.
Oh, master.
Clerk, thou shalt be the foreman.
Oh,
and
foreman.
Hans, thou shalt have 100 for the 20 gold coins thou lent me. Be as mad knaves as your master Sim Eyre hath been, and you shall live to be sheriffs of London. How dost thou like me, Marjorie? Prince am I none, yet am I princely born. Work, Hodge, Hans.
I forgot it. What says your worship?
Your Master Shreve.
Now worship and honour your Babylonian knaves for the gentle craft. Oh, but I forget myself. Oh, I'm bidden by the Lord Mayor to dinner to Old Ford. He's gone before and I'm much after. Come, Madge, on with your trinkets. Now, my fine Trojans, my fine folk, my dapper Hodge, my honest hands, some device, some odd crotchet, some Morris or such like, for the honour of the gentleman shoemaker. Come, Madge, away. Shut up the shop, knaves, and make holiday. Meet me at Old Ford.
Trust me, Master Eyre. You and your wife, good Miss Old Ford, as I myself.
Truly, I thank your lordship.
Would our bad cheer were worth the thanks you give.
Oh, good cheer, my Lord Mayor. Fine cheer, fine house, fine walls, all fine and neat.
Now, by my troth, as me good and all my brethren, that madcap fellow as thyself is entered into our society.
But my lord, he must learn now to put on gravity.
Peace, Maggie, a fig for gravity. When I go to Guildhall in my scarlet gown, I look as demurely as a saint and speak as gravely as a justice. But now I'm here at Old Ford, at my good Lord Mayor's house. Let it go by. Vanish, Maggie. No, I'll be merry. Away with flip-flap. What, honey? Prince am I none, yet am I prince born. What says my Lord Mayor?
I had rather than £1,000 I had an heart, but half so light as yours.
Why, what should I do, my lord? A pound of care pays not a dram of debt. No, let's be merry while we're young. Old age, sack and sugar will steal upon us ere we're aware.
Aye, it's well done. Mistress Eyre, pray, give good counsel to my daughter.
I hope Mistress Rose will have the grace to take nothing that's bad.
Pray God she do. Very faith, Mistress Eyre, keep still crosseth me.
Father.
There came of late a proper gentleman of fair revenues, whom gladly I would call my son-in-law. But my fine cockney would have none of it.
Oh, but...
Rose, you'll prove a coxcomb ere you die. A courtier or no man must please your eye.
Oh, be ruled by me, sweet Rose.
Yes, Master Eyre.
That right for the man. Marry not with a boy that has no more hair on his face than thou hast on thy cheeks. A courtier, says your father. Wash. Go by. Now, stand not up and pishery-pashery. Those silken fellas are but painted images. Outsides, Rose. Now, their inner linings are torn. No, my fine mouse. Marry me with a gentleman grocer like my Lord Mayor, your father. A grocer's a sweet trade. plums. Plums. Had I a son or daughter should marry out of the generation and blood of the shoemakers, he should pack. What? The gentle trade is a living for a man through Europe, through the world.
What noise is this?
Oh, my Lord Mayor, a crew of good fellows that for love to your honour are come hither with a Morris dance. Come in, my Mesopotamians, cheerily. My Mesopotamians.
Master Eyre, are all these shoemakers?
All cordwainers, my good Lord Mayor, that now do leave their dancing for a song.
Oh, the month of May, the merry month of May, so frolic, so gay, and so green, so green, so green. Oh, and then did I unto my true love say, sweet rose, thou shalt be summer's queen. Now the nightingale, the pretty nightingale, the sweetest singer in all the forest wide, richly sing rose, to hear thy flower sail. Oh, yonder she sitteth, her breast against the brine. But oh, I spy the cuckoo, the cuckoo, the cuckoo. See where she sitteth. Come away, my joy, come away, I pray thee. I do not like the cuckoo should sing where my rose and I kiss and toy. Oh, the month of May, the merry month of May, so frolic, so gay, and so green, so green, so green. Oh, and then did I unto my true love say, sweet rose, thou shalt be my summer's queen.
How like my Lacy looks yon shoemaker that sang alone. For his sake, whose fair shape thou representst, good friend, Dutch shoemaker, I drink to thee.
Ik bedanke, good master.
I see, Mistress Rose, you do not want judgment. You have drunk to the properest man I keep.
There be some of them there parts to be as proper as they.
Tis true indeed. Sybil, go fetch some wine to make these drink. Good fellows, now go in and taste our cheer. Come, Master Eyre, let's have your company.
Cheerily, folk, tickle in hands, and all for the honour of shoemakers.
Why, Sybil, what shall I do?
Why, what's the matter?
That Hans, the shoemaker, is my love, Lacy, disguised in that attire to find me out. How should I find the means to speak with him?
What, mistress, never fear. I dare venture my maidenhead to nothing. And that's great odds that Hans the Dutchman, when we come to London, shall not only see and speak with you, but in spite of all your father's policies, steal you away and marry you. Will not this please you? Away then, and up tails all! So sing with me in jollity and leave all cares behind, and follow your father, lest your absence cause him to suspect something. And sing with me in jollity, and up tails all, and up tails all, and up tails all.
Yonder the seamster's shop. And there my fair Jane sits, plying her needle as she sings. She's fair and lovely, but she is not mine. Oh, would she were. I am infortunate. I still love one, yet nobody loves me. I muse in other men what women see that I so want. Fine Mistress Rose was coy, and Jane too chaste. And for she thinks me wanton, she denies to cheer my cold heart with her sunny eyes. It doth me good to stand unseen to see her. I oft have stood in frosty evenings, a light burning by her, enduring biting cold, only to eye her. Muffled I'll pass along, and by that try whether she know me.
Sir, what is to buy? What is to lack, sir? Calico or lawn, fine cambric shirts or bands, what will you buy?
That which thou wilt not sell. Faith, yet I'll try.
How do you sell this handkerchief?
Oh, Master Ham. Good cheap.
And how these ruffs?
Cheap, too.
And how this band?
Cheap, too.
All cheap. Sell you then this hand?
Let so much cost. Let go my hand.
I will do any task at your command. I would let go this beauty, were I not enjoined to disobey you by a power that controls kings. I love you.
So, now part.
With hands I may, but never with my heart. In faith, I love you.
I believe you do.
Shall a true love in me breed hate in you?
Oh, I hate you not.
Then you must love.
I do. What are you better now? I love not you.
Ah, Jane.
But pressed was he to these bitter wars in France.
My husband pressed for France. What was his name?
Rafe Damport.
Damport?
Aye.
Here's a letter sent from France to me. It doth contain the names that have been slain in every fight.
Your nephew Lacy went to France. I have not seen him.
Trust me, Sir Roger Oatley. Here I did hope to find him in your house.
Lodge in my house, say you? I let you know how careful I have been to keep my daughter free from all conference or speech of him.
Oh, Lord, help for God's sake, my mistress, oh, my young mistress.
Where is thy mistress? What's become of her?
She's gone, she's fled.
Gone? Whither is she fled?
I know not, forsooth. She's fled out of doors with Hans, the shoemaker. I saw them scud, a piece of page.
Fled with a shoemaker? Can this be true?
Oh, Lord, sir, as true as God's in heaven.
A love-turned shoemaker. I am glad of this.
A Fleming butterbox, a shoemaker? Will she forget her birth, requite my care with such ingratitude? Scorns she young Hammond to love a honeykin, a needy knave? Well, let her fly, I'll not fly after her. Let her starve if she will, she's none of mine.
Be not so cruel, Sir Roger.
I'll not account of her as of my child. Was there no better object for her eyes but a foul, drunken, lubber, swillbelly, a shoemaker? Oh, that's brave.
Aye, forsooth, 'tis a very brave shoe, and as fit as a pudding.
Aye. How now, what knave is this? From whence comest thou?
No knave, sir. I am Firk the shoemaker, lusty George's chief lusty journeyman, and I come hither to take up the pretty leg of sweet Mistress Rose, and thus hoping your worship is in as good health as I was at the making thereof, I'll bid you farewell. Yours, Firk.
Save. Oh, so Bob them know my master Eyre is Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor?
Yea, by death a certain alderman, Lord Mayor of London.
Tell me, sirrah, knowst thou one Hans, a shoemaker?
Hans Shoemaker. Oh, yes, stay. Yes, I have him. I'll tell you what, I'd speak it in secret. Mistress Rose and he, by this time, no, not so, but shortly, ought to come over one another with, can you dance the shaking of the sheets?
Where are they to be married? Dost thou know the church?
I never go to church, but I know the name of it. It is a swearing church. Oh, by my faith. That 'tis. By my faith's church, under Paul's cross.
Upon my life, my nephew Lacy walks in the disguise of this Dutch shoemaker.
Aye, mine misgives me now, 'tis so indeed.
My nephew speaks the language, knows the trade.
Let me request your company, my lord. Together we'll refrain their headstrong rashness.
You must rise betimes, for they mean to fall their parsonry past pindy-pandy. Which hand will you have very early?
My lord of Lincoln, This night accept your lodging in my house. The earlier shall we stir, and at St. Faith's prevent this giddy harebrained nuptial. Yes. This traffic of hot love shall yield cold gains. They ban our loves, and we'll forbid their ban.
Here's no craft in the gentle craft. It's soft now. These two girls will be at St. Faith's Church tomorrow morning to take Master Bridegroom and Mistress Bride napping. And they, in the meantime, shall chop up the matter at the Savoy. But the best sport is, Sir Roger Oakley will find my fellow lame Rafe's wife going to marry a gentleman, and then he'll stop her instead of his daughter. Oh, brave! There will be fine tickling sport!
Fear nothing. Am not I Eyre? Is not Eyre now Lord Mayor of London? Fear nothing, Hans. This is the morning, say my bully, my honest Hans, is it not?
This is the morning that must make us too happy or miserable. Therefore, if you...
Away with these ifs and ands, Hans, and these et ceteras. By mine honour, Roland, Lacy, none but the king shall wrong thee. Come, fear nothing, Rose. Let them all say what they can, dainty. Come thou to me. Laughs thou?
Oh, good, my lord. Stand her friend in what thing you may.
Why, my sweet Lady Madgie, think you Simon Eyre can forget his fine Dutch journeyman? No, va. Fie, I scorn it. It shall never be cast in my teeth that I was unthankful. Lady Madgie, thou'dst never covered thy Saracen's head with his French flap, nor loaden thy bum with his farthingale. 'Tis trash, trumpery vanity. Simon Eyre had never walked in a red petticoat, nor wore a chain of gold, but from a fine journeyman's coins. And shall I leave him? No. Prince am I none, yet bear a princely mind.
My lord, 'tis time for us two to part from hence.
Lady Madgie, now take you 2 or 3 of my pie-crust eaters, my buff-jerkin varlets, that do walk in black gowns at Simon Eyre's heels. Take 'em, good Lady Madgie. Trip and go, my brown queen of periwigs, with my delicate Rose and my jolly Roland, to the Savoy. See them linked, countenance the marriage, and when it's done, cling together, you Hamborough turtle doves. I'll bear you out. Come to Simon Eyre, come, dwell with me. Hans, thou shalt eat minced pies and marchpane. Rose, away, cricket.
Good,
Trip
Master
and
Eyre.
go, my Lady Madgie, to the Savoy. Hans, wed and to bed. Kiss and away. Go, vanish.
Farewell, my lord.
Make haste, sweet love.
She'd fain the deed were done.
Come, my sweet Rose, faster than deer we'll run.
Go, vanish. Avaunt, I say. By the Lord of Ludgate, it's a mad life to be a Lord Mayor. It's a stirring life, a fine life, a velvet life, a careful life. Well, Simon Eyre, yet set a good face on it in the honour of St. Hugh. Soft, this day my fellow prentices of London come to dine with me. They shall have fine cheer, gentlemanlike cheer. I promised the mad Cappadocians, when we all served at the conduit together, that if ever I came to be Mayor of London, I would feast them all. And I'll do it. I'll do it by the life of Pharaoh. By this beard, Eyre will be no flincher. Besides, I've procured that upon every Shrove Tuesday, at the sound of the pancake bell, my fine dapper Assyrian lads shall clap up their shop windows and away. Boys, that day are you free. Let masters care, and prentices shall pray for Simon Eyre. This is the day, and this day they shall do it. They shall do it.
Come, Rafe, stand to it firm. My masters, as we are the brave bloods of the shoemakers, heirs apparent to St. Hugh and perpetual benefactors to all good fellows, Rafe shall have no wrong.
And as for Master Ammon, neither Ammon nor hangman shall wrong thee in London, Rafe.
No.
Is not our old Master Eyre, Lord Mayor? Speak, my heart.
Hammond from night to his
Peace before this peace. Yonder they come.
Stand to't, my heart. First, let me speak first.
No, Rafe, let me. Ammon, whither away so early?
Unmannerly rude slave, what's that to be?
To him, sir? Yes, sir, and to me, and others. Good morrow, Jane, how dost thou?
Villains, hands off! How dare you touch my love?
Hold me heart! Oh! Touch her, Hammond. Yea, and more than that, we'll carry her away with us. My masters and gentlemen, never draw your bird spits. Shoemakers are steel to the back. Men, every inch of them. All spirit.
Well, and what of all this?
I'll show you. Jane, dost thou know this man? 'Tis Rafe, I can tell ye. Nay, 'tis he in faith, though he be lame by the wars. Yet look not strange round to him, folding about the neck and kissing.
Lives then my husband?
Thou seest he lives. Come, lass, pack home with him.
Stay! Who comes here?
Yonder's a lying varlet Moctasoe.
Come hither, sirrah.
I, sir. I am sirrah. You mean me, do you not?
Where is my nephew married?
Is he married? God give him joy. I'm glad of it. They have a fair day.
Villain, thou toldst me that my daughter Rose this morning should be married at St. Faith's. We have watched there these 3 hours at the least, yet see we no such thing.
Truly, I am sorry for it. A bride's a pretty thing.
Come to the purpose. Here are the bride and bridegroom you look for, I hope.
What? Have I found your minion?
Hand, sons, what mean you? Are you mad? I hope you cannot enforce my wife from me.
Your wife?
Yea, my wife, and therefore the proudest of you that lays hands on her first, I'll lay my crutch across his pate.
To him, lame Rafe. Here's bright sport.
Aye.
Sir Roger Oakley, is this your daughter?
No, nor this your nephew. My lord of Lincoln, we are both abused by this base crafty varlet.
Yea, forsooth, no varlet, forsooth, no base, no crafty neither, but of the gentle craft.
Villain, I'll have thee punished for this wrong.
Me lords, I come to bring unwelcome news. Your nephew Lacy and your daughter Rose, early this morning wedded at the Savoy.
No.
None being present but the Lady Mayoress. Besides, I learnt among the officers that the mayor vows to stand in their defence against any that shall seek to cross the match.
But I'll prevent him. Come, Sir Roger Oakley. The king will do us justice in this cause.
Farewell, fool.
This matter is answered. Come, Rafe, home with thy wife. Come, me fine shoemakers, let's to our masters, the new Lord Mayor, and their swagger this Shrove Tuesday. I promise you wine enough, for Madge keeps the cellar.
Oh,
yeah, that is a good case.
And I'll promise you meat enough, for simpering Susan keeps the larder. Unlifted the victuals, me brave soldiers, follow your captain. Oh, brave. Hark! Hark! The pancake bell rings. The pancake bell! Open the doors, my hearts. Shut up the windows. Keep in the house. Let out the pancakes. Oh, rare my hearts. Now, let's march together for the honour of St. Jude to the great new hall in Gracious Street corner, which our master, the new Lord Mayor, hath built.
All the crew of good fellows and prentices that march to dine at my Lord Mayor's cost today.
Oh, musical bells, still. Oh, Hodge, oh, my brethren, there's cheer for the heavens. Venison pasties walk up and down, putting up like sergeants. Beef and brewis come marching in dry pats. Fritters and pancakes come trowling in wheelbarrows. Hens and oranges hopping in porters' baskets. Collops and eggs in scuttles. And tarts and custards come quavering in malt shovels. Oh, march fair, my hearts, how rare!
Come, my fine Hodge, with jolly gentlemen shoemakers. Soft, where be these cannibals, these varlets, my officers? Let them all walk and wait upon my brethren, the prentices of London.
Oh, my lord, it'll be rare.
Where is my lord? Where is my lord?
Now, Lady Maggie.
Oh, the king's most excellent majesty is new come.
Is my sovereign come? Vanish, my tall shoemakers, my nimble brethren. Look to my guests, the prentices. Stay a little now. And now, Hans, how looks my little Rose?
Let me request you to remember me. I know your honour easily may obtain free pardon of the king for me and Rose, and reconcile me to my uncle's grace.
Have done, my good hands, my honest journeyman. Look cheerily. I'll fall upon both my knees till they be as hard as horn, but I'll get thy pardon.
Good my lord, have a care what you speak to his majesty.
Away, you Islington white pot. Hence, you hopper ass. You barley pudding full of maggots. You broiled carbonado. Avoid Mephistopheles. Shall Sim Eyre learn to speak of you, Lady Maggie? Vanish, Mother Miniver Cap. Vanish, go. Trip and go. Meddle with your partlets and your pishery-pashery, your flues and your whirligigs. Go rub. Go out of mine alley. Sim Eyre knows how to speak to a pope, to Sultan Suleiman, to Tamburlaine anywhere here. And shall I melt? Shall I droop before my sovereign? No. Dear liege, Sim Eyre and my brethren, the gentlemen shoemakers, shall set your sweet majesty's image cheek by jowl by St. Hugh for this honour you've done poor Simon Eyre.
Tell me, faith, my dear, how old art thou?
My liege, a very boy here, a stripling, a younker. You see not a white hair on my head, nor a grey in this beard. Every hair, I assure thy majesty, that sticks in this beard, Sim Eyre values at the king of Babylon's ransom. Tam O'Sham's beard was a rubbing brush to it, yet I'll shave it off and stuff tennis balls with it to please my bully king.
But all this while I do not know your age.
My liege, I am 56 years old. Yet I can cry with a sound heart for the honour of St. Hugh. Mark this old wench, my king. I danced the shaking of the sheets with her 36 years ago. And yet I hope to get 2 or 3 young Lord Mayors ere I die. Oh, I'm lusty still, Sim Eyre still. Care and cold lodging brings white hairs. My sweet majesty, let care vanish. Cast it upon thy nobles. It will make thee look always young like Apollo, and cry,
My gracious lord.
Lincoln, what news with you?
My gracious lord, have care unto yourself, for there are traitors here.
Traitors in my house? God forbid. Where be my officers? I'll spend my soul ere my king feel harm.
Where is the traitor, Lincoln?
Here he stands, my nephew, Roland Lacy.
Lincoln, speak. What canst thou lay unto thy nephew's charge?
This, my dear liege, your grace to do me honour heaped upon the head of this degenerate boy desertless favours. You made choice of him to be commander over powers in France.
Good Lincoln, prithee pause a while. I know how Lacy did neglect our love. 'Twas not a base want of true valour's fire that held him out of France, but love's desire.
I will not bear his shame upon my back.
Nor shalt thou, Lincoln. I forgive you both.
Then, good my liege, forbid the boy to wed one whose mean birth will much disgrace his bed.
Are they not married?
No, my liege, we are.
Shall I divorce them then? You hear them, Lincoln?
Yea, my liege, I do.
Yet canst thou find it to the heart to part these two? Who seeks besides you to divorce these lovers?
I do, my gracious lord. I am her father.
Sir Roger Oakley, our last mayor, I think.
The same, my liege.
Would you offend love's laws? Well, you shall have your wills. Soft, let me see. You are both married, Lacy. Then, upon thy life, I charge thee not to call this woman wife.
Oh, my most gracious lord, I kneel to thee.
Nay, Rose, this bridegroom cannot be your bride.
Oh, my liege.
Are you pleased, Lincoln?
Yes,
Oakley, are you pleased?
Yes, my lord.
Then must my heart be eased. For, credit me, my conscience lives in pain till these whom I divorced be joined again. Lacy, give me thy hand.
My liege.
Rose, lend me thine.
Sire.
Be what you would be. Kiss now.
Rose.
Roland.
So, that's fine. At night, lovers to bed. Now, let me see. Which of you all mislikes this harmony? What says my mad Lord Mayor to all this love?
Oh, my liege, this honor you've done to my fine journeyman here, Roland Lacy, and all these favors which you've shown to me this day in my poor house will make Simon Eyre live longer by 12 of warm summers more than he should.
Now, my mad knaves, peace, speak softly. Yonder is the king.
God save you.
Mad Simon, would they anything with us?
Mum, mad knaves, not a word. I'll do it. I warrant you, I'll do it.
They are all beggars, my liege, all for themselves, and I for them all. On both my knees do entreat your grace would vouchsafe to taste of a poor banquet that stands sweetly waiting for your sweet presence.
There, I will taste of thy banquet, and will say, I have not met more pleasure on a day.
That was The Shoemaker's Holiday, or A Pleasant Comedy of the Gentle Craft by Thomas Dekker, who may well have been born 400 years ago this year. The part of Simon Eyre, the shoemaker who became Lord Mayor of London, was played by the late Sir Donald Wolfett. The former Lord Mayor, Sir Roger Oatley, was played by Felix Felton. Sir Hugh Lacy, Earl of Lincoln, by Philip Lever, and his nephew, Roland Lacy, by Dennis Quilley. Marjorie, Eyre's wife, was played by Vivian Chatterton. Hodge, Eyre's foreman, by Charles Leno. His journeyman, Firk, by Geoffrey Matthews, Rafe, by John Brining, and Rafe's wife, Jane, by Eva Haddon. Rose Oatley was played by Janet Richer. Her maid, Sybil, by Betty Bascom. Master Hammond, by Alistair Duncan. Master Warner, by Godfrey Kenton. A Dutch Skipper, by George Merritt. Dodger, a servant to the Earl of Lincoln, by Dennis Gosher. The Serving Man, by Anthony Vickers. And The King, by Charles Simon. The music was composed by John Hotchkiss and played by the Welbeck Orchestra, leader Vera Kantrovich, conducted by the composer. The Shoemaker's Holiday was adapted for radio and produced by Raymond Rakes.
The Sunday Play. Peter Cook and Isabel Dean in The Ware Case by George Pledel Bancroft. The play opens in Wilbury Hall, Sir Hubert Ware's country estate. The time, the early 1920s.
Hello? Yes, this is Sir Hubert Ware's house. No, I'm his secretary, Marston Gurney. Who's speaking? Oh, Mr. Ingleworth. Yes, I do happen to know something about the matter. Yes. Yes. And the total sum? Serious as that? Yes. Couldn't it be carried over? It must be met by Thursday. Well, you know it can't be. Well, you know, Sir Hubert, all he'll say is, it's an hard life. Very well, thank you. Goodbye. Hello, Eustace. Did you find those tennis balls?
No, I didn't.
To have to hunt for balls on an insufferably hot day and clamber over beastly wire netting is hell for one's flannel.
Do you good. If you could get a smear or two of the earth on you, it wouldn't hurt you.
Oh, shut up.
By the way, I'm off to Canada tomorrow.
Well, I hope the boat sinks.
Thanks. And if I get the job I'm after, the chances are I may not see you again before you come of age. To man's estate, as they're pleased to call it.
Oh, do shut up.
When I look at you and Lady Ware, I can't believe you're her brother at all.
Oh!
What the devil's the matter?
There's a wasp. Oh, I hate them. Take it away, Marston.
Go to blazes.
He's settled. On the table. Now, there, I've got him.
Got what?
A wasp, Magda. He's been trying to sting me.
Oh, nonsense.
He was, Celia. But I've got him under this glass. And now I'm going to finish him.
You're going to do nothing of the kind, Eustace. Let him go.
I'm not going to let him go. Watch my artistic method. I let him die slowly by nicotine poison.
Give me that glass.
Magda, you let it go.
You seem to take a delight in torturing anything even more insignificant than yourself.
That's a nice sisterly remark.
Oh, it's not only that wretched little wasp, but everything. It's inconceivable that you're nearly 21 and coming into a large fortune.
You're jealous. That's what's the matter with you.
Don't be more unpleasant than you can help.
Home truths are rather unpleasant, aren't they?
Oh, look out, Eustace. There's that wasp again.
Where?
On your back.
Don't do that. It hurts. Damn you. You're all very funny.
Oh, poor Eustace. Before I forget, Marston, what time does the boat train leave tomorrow?
10 o'clock.
Oh, then I'd better order the car for you at 8:30.
Oh, thanks awfully.
Are you going to see him off, Celia?
No, I'd rather stay here with you.
Lady Ware, I'm awfully sorry to have to leave you and Sir Hugh.
You do realize, don't you, that it's a great chance if I get this job?
Of course.
Still, it'll always be a time to look back on. And, of course, I should never have met Celia if it hadn't been for you.
No, darling.
Yes, that's one good thing that happened.
Do you know where Sir Hubert is? I have a message for him.
He's playing tennis with Sir Henry Egerton. He walked over after lunch.
I wonder if he has any further news of his brother's horse.
His brother's horse?
Yes, aeroplane. It's the Ledger today, you know. It's an absolutely open race.
I thought you'd done with all that at Cambridge.
So I had. I wish I'd backed it both ways.
Marston, could I have a back?
A what?
A back.
You mean have a bit on?
Yes.
I'll ask Egerton's advice.
Dear old Marston. I wish he could have stayed with us.
So do I.
But that's out of the question now that Wilbury has to go. And the flat, too.
The flat, too?
Oh, my dear, it's a rent of over 1,000 a year. We can't keep it on.
Well, has Sir Hubert lost as heavily as that?
Yes, practically everything.
But surely he must have...
What he hasn't gambled away, he's squandered on... I've been one of a number for years. My marriage was a mistake I shall never be forgiven.
Why did you do it, Magda?
I had to marry well, Father said, because apart from a small settlement, he was going to leave everything to Eustace.
Oh, yes, but surely...
Oh, he meant it all for the best, I suppose. And he persuaded me into it. Hubert was charming and all that, and... Well, I made the mistake I shall never be forgiven. You're not let off lightly for that.
Oh, Magda, you mustn't blame yourself.
Egerton still thinks aeroplane's all right, so if you want a bit
well,
off...
well, could I have a shilling's worth?
Oh, my dear child.
Well, 5 shillings, then.
Each way?
Oh, does that mean first or last?
No, darling, the first 3.
Oh, dear, I'm a fool.
Oh, well, Celia, there's one thing I'd lay any money on. When you're married, you will never have the feeling for your husband that I have for mine.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yes, but other people don't. They think of Hubert as the most generous person that ever walked, who'd give his last shilling to help a pal.
What are you going to do, Magda?
Go on, I suppose.
Excuse me, my lady. Mr. Eyre was on the telephone. He's on his way from town.
Thank you, Rate.
It's a long time since M.A. came, isn't it?
Yes, it is rather.
Oh, what a position to have reached at his age.
Yes.
Only 37, isn't he?
Yes.
Finest advocate at the bar, the best speaker in the House. Marston said it's any odds on M.A. being Attorney General in the next government.
It's just like him to turn up when one needs him. Celia, do you know that I could have married Michael?
Married him?
Yes. But he never gave me an inkling that he cared for me in that way. I only found out by accident a year after my marriage.
My dear fellow, I won my superior play. There's no doubt about that. Well, Lady Ware, I've given your husband a severe beating.
Yes, you blackguard. I've never seen you in better form.
Phew, a long game of tennis immediately after lunch when you're nearing 50.
60.
Rubbish.
60.
And the thermometer 79 in the shade. I'm meant to be fit for a very complicated case I have to go to Scotland Yard about tonight.
A murder?
Well, yes, it is a murder.
One out of the top drawer.
Now, what do you mean by one out of the top drawer?
Well, one that takes the entire theatrical profession to the Old Bailey.
This might be, if ever it got as far as the Old Bailey. It's the Soho murder.
Yes, a beauty.
Oh, nonsense. A horrible story. An absolutely horrible story.
You know, Edgerton, 9 times out of 10, your criminals are never caught.
I'm afraid you're not far wrong.
It's getting rather monotonous.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
As chief of the Criminal Investigation Department, you're the wrong man for the job.
Thank you.
You are. You're becoming a public scandal.
Oh, it's a shame, Sir Henry.
Yes, but joking apart, murder like this Soho one is a good deal more intricate than the public imagine. Even when you catch your bird, the evidence must be pretty conclusive. Just 1 week bar in the cage, and away he flies.
Until he's caught again?
On a fresh charge, you mean?
No, the same one.
Oh, no.
Well, suppose you found some new evidence after he'd got off.
Worthless. He could never be retried.
What?
If acquitted, he could walk out into Newgate Street and publicly proclaim his guilt. And we should be powerless to stop him. But don't make me talk shop.
The most interesting shop there is.
To you, I know, you morbid wretch.
Yes. I've a pile of books on it here, English and French. Look. Celebrated Trial, 6 volumes. La Criminalité Comparée. There's an accent for you. La Criminologie. Oh, and a whole lot more. I was reading a fascinating little murder last night, a French one. I never entered it in my diary.
Your diary? Really?
I enter every first-class crime in my diary on the date I first read it.
You really are the limit.
Can I talk business with you, Sir Hubert?
Oh, Lord Marston, must we?
I'm afraid so.
Come along, Cecilia, and show me the rose garden and leave them to their business.
Yes, I'd love to.
Oh, why the new hairstyle, Marston?
What? Oh, Lord, I went down to the lake for a swim. I haven't had time to brush it.
No, obviously.
By the way, Sir Hubert, you haven't signed that letter to Lausanne about Eustace.
Oh, no.
I word you're being kind to him.
Well, after all, he is my wife's brother.
Yes. I've enclosed Lady Ware's cheque, so we'd better seal it.
Yes, I suppose so. I found out about the family he's going to. They're very nice people. After all, he's a delicate boy, and I should like him to have every comfort.
Pity he didn't go to school or university. It would have done him good.
Perhaps.
Worse than a pity he's coming into all this money. Lady Ware should have had it.
Marston, I never thought you had a mercenary mind.
I'm sorry, but I loathe the fellow. Look, Sir Hubert, I couldn't tell you before the others, but Ingleworths have rung up to say you must settle their account by Thursday, or action will be taken.
Oh, have they? Oh, well, it's an hard life.
You know, you're amazing the way you take it.
My dear fellow, once in the tumbrel, you've got to face the music.
I wish to heaven I had money.
I wish you had, old chap. Perhaps you will if you get this Canadian job.
I hope so.
We got a match. I say, hello. I've got a £5 note. I didn't know there was so much money in the world.
There's a man in the hall, Sir Hubert, and I can't get rid of him. This is his card.
Tommy Bold. Tommy Bold? Why, of course I'll see him. Show him in, Rate.
Very good, sir.
Tommy Bold, the bookie?
Yes, there's only one Tommy Bold. He's had his whack out of me in his time.
I haven't heard of him for ages. What's happened to him?
Gone to the devil, I believe.
Mr. Bold.
Well, Tommy, how are you?
Done, sir. Smashed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was out in Hyde Park all last night. Lucky it's hot and fine. And this morning I didn't know where to turn. So I pulled myself together and started to walk the 12 miles down here to see you.
You walked, Tommy?
That's right, sir.
Really?
I remembered how well you'd always treated me in my prosperous days.
Always paid by losses, you mean?
That's right, sir. But I always paid you mine, didn't I?
Oh, I think you only lost to me once, Tommy, eh?
That's right, sir. Granborough, Middle Park Plate. You took 12 ponies off me then.
That's right.
Well, sir, I believed you'd treat me well again when I'm down on me luck. I know it's my own fault. I didn't run straight once. My God, I've paid for it.
Oh, come on, Tommy, come on. Sit down.
What's a man to do when he's desperate? I've been in jail once, and that finished me. I can't get up out of it. I'm done. You hear that cough?
Yes, I do.
Well, the last doctor I saw didn't give me very long.
Oh, my dear Tommy, I'm sorry. Look, how can I help you?
Yeah, just a trifle, sir. I want a meal to stop the Stop the pain.
Yes, of course. Ring the bell, Marston.
Right.
Here you are, Tommy.
God. £5, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God bless you. Oh, I shall never forget this, never.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Ray. Give my friend here a good luncheon and some champagne.
Very good, sir.
Go with him, Tommy.
Right, go.
And before you return to town, take a stroll in the grounds. It'll do you good.
I shall be able to say behind your back, sir, what I feel. I'll tell some of that crowd how good the rich can be to the poor. I'll have a tub of my own in Hyde Park and paint it royal blue.
Marston, go and see he has everything he wants.
Yes, of course. Come with me, Mr. Bowles.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Tommy.
Hubert, who was that?
That? Oh, an old friend of mine.
Oh.
Magda, I want to speak to you for a moment.
And I want to speak to you.
All right, you begin then.
I want to know your exact financial position.
I told you. I'm broke.
But something must be done.
Well, what?
I don't know.
Well, do you suppose I haven't racked my brains?
Well, why not sell Wilbury?
Mortgaged up to the hilt, and I can't even meet the interest. Besides, that's a drop in the ocean.
Then Eustace, could he help?
Would his trustees be sufficiently accommodating? Can't you picture their faces when you ask them?
Well, what exactly do you owe?
Exactly, my dear Magda, is a word I shy at. The fact is that in the space of 4 years, the whole of my capital has evaporated. And I can't meet certain claims they're making on me.
Oh, it's awful.
Well, I'm not pretending it's particularly exhilarating.
Well, how much have you got?
Well, let's see. 4 shillings and 10 halfpenny exactly.
Oh, you. Put that paper down. Put it down.
That's quite enough, Magda. I will not have this damned interference.
I believe it gives you a fiendish delight to see me lose my temper.
It's an entertainment you've constantly treated me to for the last 3 years.
That's a longish run. Much too long.
What do you mean? Are you going to leave me?
No. I'm going to do what only a fool would do. I'm going to stand by you.
You're very generous.
Oh, don't misunderstand me. There's no love in it. You've killed that and every fragment of respect entirely. But I shall stay under the same roof and support you, so far as my income will allow. Unless you prefer that I should leave you and make you a regular allowance.
I should be better off if we were together, shouldn't I? On the restaurant principle that one portion does for 2.
Precisely.
Oh, by the way, talking of your income, you were wise to take my advice to sell your Great Western debentures.
I hope so.
I wanted you to sell at a good profit and to reinvest in the ordinary stock. It'll yield a better dividend. It just needs your signature.
Oh, I'll sign whenever you like.
Well, I'll ring for Rate. He can be the witness.
Hello, you two.
Oh, hello, Michael.
M.A. Well, my dear fellow, how are you?
All the better for seeing you both.
Oh, Mike, you've just turned up at the right moment. You can witness my signature.
No, but my dear, to bombard a man just as he's arrived.
Well, a lawyer would be a much better witness than a butler, wouldn't he?
Well, he might be just as good. May I ask the nature of the document?
Oh, I want to take some money out of one thing and put it into another.
I see. A transfer.
That's it. My Great Western debenture stock.
Oh, really? But is it wise?
I hope so.
I mean, is it wise at this particular moment, in the present circumstances?
Well...
that's why I've run down to see you as an old friend. I've heard something. I'm awfully sorry.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Emma.
Is it wise, then?
I don't know. Might be a good thing to try to get a better yearly sum from the capital.
Don't bother him now, Magda.
How are you going to reinvest?
Well, Hubert thought...
I thought Great Western Ordinary.
Is this transfer your own wish?
Well, Hubert advised...
Oh, still, I may have been wrong.
Yes, of course. We can all make mistakes sometimes.
Well, here it is, so I'll sign it. There.
Now, I'll just see that's all in order for you, if I may.
Oh, any time, Michael. This is a bit of an infliction on a friend just as he arrives.
Not the slightest.
Oh, hello, Mr. Eyre.
Oh, how are you, Eustace?
Fairly well, thanks, except for the wasps and the heat.
Going to bed, eh?
Yes.
Best thing in the heat.
Yes, but this lake's beastly, you know. It's so full of pike, and I'm terrified of it.
They'll be much more afraid of you.
Think so?
Oh, by the way, Eustace, I've sent my letter about you to the people at Lausanne. I'm sure they'll be kind to you.
Thanks, Hubert. Awfully decent of you. I'll see you when I get back, Mr. Eyre.
I hope so.
Don't stop in too long, Eustace.
No, I won't.
You know, I'd
I don't think that this great Western...
Will you leave Mike and me for a little while, Magda? I want to talk things over with him. Only a minute.
Of course.
Well, I don't quite follow this transfer.
No?
It's not what your wife imagines it to be.
Well, what do you mean?
It's something entirely different.
Different? Well, how? I don't follow.
Then I'd better be candid. You're trying, without your wife's knowledge, to obtain her signature to a deed which would transfer the whole of her capital in this investment to your name and give you the power to do what you like with it. Does Magda realize this?
Yes.
Then I must tell her I can't witness her signature to a deed which is so entirely different from what I understood, and I feel sure from what she understood. I'll go to her now.
No, please. No, don't mention this to her.
But I thought that you said...
No, look, wait, for heaven's sake. My wife's been awfully good to me.
I know.
And this might...
Was I right, then? You were deceiving her?
Yes.
I see.
I've been driven almost mad and didn't realize what I was doing. Don't tell her, Emily, don't tell her.
Very well, I won't.
If the result comes from Celia, I'll let you know.
Oh, thanks, Maggie.
She's coming back. What will you say?
You must leave that to my discretion. I think my pocket is the safest place for this. I'll burn it when I get home.
Well, can I come back? Have you witnessed my signature?
Yes, it's all done.
Hubert, aren't you leaving Sir Henry rather a long time?
Good Lord, I'd forgotten all about him. See you later, Emma.
Right. So Edgerton's here?
Yes, he walked over from his cottage. He has to go to town tonight. Don't you think Hubert's amazing? To look at him, you'd never realize the state of his affairs, would you?
Nor a great many other things. Magda, I'm awfully sorry at what I've heard. That's why I came down, to see if I could help in any way at all.
Thanks, Mike, but there's nothing that anyone can do. Nothing.
Well, at any rate, I may try to extract a promise from you.
Of course. What is it?
Never to undertake any financial transaction before consulting me, no matter what it may be. That's to say, if you value my opinion.
I promise. And you know how I value your opinion, Mike.
Thanks.
I suppose Hubert's affairs are becoming common knowledge.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Some papers came into my chambers this morning, which mean bankruptcy for him.
Oh, the disgrace of it all. And there's absolutely no excuse.
No. Oh, my dear, it's terrible for you.
I don't know if you'll think I'm doing right, but I decided to stay with him. We shall live somehow on my income.
Magda, if only you would let me help you. I should like to feel I was the one person who could help you.
No, Mike.
I've known you a long time now. Not that gives me any right to... But still, Oh, it maddens me. It makes me rebel.
It's no good rebelling, Mike. I shall simply have to do the best I can.
This situation would never have arisen if your father's will had been a fair one.
I suppose so.
That boy Eustace to come into all that money, it's a scandal.
My father wasn't exactly an advocate of women's rights.
No.
But what to do, that's the point. I'm so useless. If I could type or do shorthand. Of course, I might run a hat shop. If I can do nothing else, I can choose a hat. But for a hat shop, you want capital, don't you?
Don't talk like this.
I'm just trying to be practical.
I can't bear it. That's all.
You've got quarter of an hour anyway, Edgerton, before your train goes.
That's all right, then. Hello, Aid. How are you? You arrive and I'm off.
What, already?
I must, worse luck. I've got to go up to London about the Soho murder.
Oh, anything fresh?
I'm not sure. I shall know tonight. A thin case.
Yes, that struck me.
If I'm in doubt, I think I must consult Ware. He's a master at our job.
Well, that'll be the result of the race.
Now for your fate, Master.
And mine.
You answer it, Celia.
Oh, shall I? Look, supposing...
Well, it can't be helped, that's all. Go on, answer it.
Yes? Who is it? Turnford?
Yes, that's the chap.
I'm Celia Wilson.
Never mind who you are.
What?
Beaten, I told you so.
It's one.
What? One? Give me the phone. Hello? What? It's one? Aeroplane? You're sure?
A-O-R-P. It's won!
Capital. You got 33-1, you tell me.
Yes. Good man.
Well done, Master.
Well, I backed him too.
Heavenly?
5 shillings everywhere.
Well, that makes £10.
Can I speak to you for a moment, Sir Hubert?
Oh, yes, what is it, Rate? Anything important?
Yes, Sir Hubert. In the hall, please.
Oh, all right. Excuse me, everybody.
Now, Marston, how much had you on?
Well, I'll tell you, I did rather a bold thing, I'm afraid. I have a little bit of capital, and, well, I have a bit of capital, and I put 100 on to win.
100?
You lucky young devil.
Then you've made...
Yes, 33-1.
Well, that's over £3,000.
Yes, I won 3,000.
Splendid, Marston. I'm so glad.
Thank you.
Oh, Marston, you're a genius.
Magda.
What's the matter?
I don't know what to say. Rake called me out just now to tell me, and...
Yes?
Eustace.
Well, what about him?
Well, one of the gardeners, he went to the bathing shed a few moments ago. He found Eustace's towel and clothes there, but the boy is not there. He's...
Drowned?
No doubt about it.
Good Lord.
So, there it is, Celia, my dear. Canada certainly didn't bring me any luck.
Oh, never mind, Marston, darling. Oh, it's so wonderful to have you back.
I thought I was going to get the job all right, and they kept me hanging around all those weeks with the chuck at the finish.
It's a shame.
I'm in for something better, though. I'll tell you later.
All right, darling.
I just had a few words with Lady Ware. How's she been?
Well, she's much better now, but... Oh, it's been a dreadful time for her.
It's been awful. I'll never forget the shock I got when I saw that paper in Montreal and read the verdict, willful murder against a person or persons unknown.
Still, there was evidence.
What I read wasn't enough to hang a dog on.
But, Master...
Now, listen, Celia. Eustace goes to bathe alone.
Yes?
He's about the worst swimmer going. And there's a bruise on his forehead caused, I'll lay any money, by some struggle or other to save himself by the punt.
Yes, but the punt was found against the bank with the chain unfastened.
Yes, but...
And when they dragged the lake, the body was recovered from the weeds some way out.
Well, Eustace must have undone the punt, because I fastened it tight after I bathed before him.
I know, but he never used it. And Henson, the gardener, thought he saw a man fully dressed in the punt right away from the bank. Didn't you read that?
No, but you can't rely on Henson, short-sighted and always on the beer.
Perhaps.
Still, there you are. A coroner's jury is capable of anything.
Well, there's one good side to it all.
What's that?
Magda coming into Eustace's money, and the good she's done with it.
How do you mean?
Well, she's paid all Sir Hubert's debts.
She has? I knew she would. She's a darling. And so are you. Do you know, all the way over in that beastly boat, I thought of you. Wondered how you'd look. And you look...
Well, how do I look?
That's how you look. What do you say to marrying me in a couple of months' time? You game?
Oh, of course I am.
Can you face a bit of a pinch at the start?
Of course, the parson's daughter ought to manage that.
2 months' time, then. I'm getting desperate.
Desperate again, Master. No more aeroplanes, I hope.
No, I've done with all that.
We've permanently retired from the horse course.
Joking apart, though, I've given Celia my solemn word I'll never make a bet again.
Good.
And now for the surprise. With the bit I already had, plus my win on aeroplane, I can afford to wait for a practice at the bar. That's what I'm going to do. And M.A.'s been a brick.
How do you mean?
He's fixed it all up with his brother, who's taking me into his chambers.
Oh, Master!
How good of Master.
So I'm launching out, you see. And I've asked Celia to marry me in 2 months' time.
Oh, I'm so glad for you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael hasn't forgotten he's dining with us tonight, I hope.
Oh, no, he was going home to dress. Which I ought to be doing, by Jove. Shan't be long.
This is splendid news, Celia.
Yes, isn't it wonderful? Oh, and how sweet of May to do that for Marston.
Yes, he took a great fancy to you both down at Wilbury at that awful time. And then he knew I was anxious about you, and...
Magda, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing.
Well,
nothing.
Yes, there is something.
Nothing that's new.
Magda, do tell me what it is.
It's Michael.
Michael?
He's always doing some good turn for me, or for someone I care for. Try as I can to take it all for granted, I just can't, and I find myself asking his advice till I'm face to face with the fact that I'm making excuses for asking it and finding him, well, indispensable. He loves me and I know it, and I love him and he knows it.
But Magda...
Well, he said nothing in words, nor have I. There isn't any need. If he keeps away from me, I know the reason. If I avoid him, he knows the reason. Because I suppose he knows why I asked him here tonight.
Well, why have you asked him, Magda?
99 women out of 100, placed as I am...
Yes, but there's one woman who wouldn't, and that's you.
What would you do if I did?
I should be very sorry.
Well, you needn't be afraid, Celia, my dear. Oh, is that the evening paper?
Yes.
Oh, here's something on the front page about Eustace.
Oh, what?
The police offer £200 reward to anyone able to... Oh, why in heaven's name can't they let it rest? They can never discover anything now, even if there was anything to discover.
Hello, you're both dressed early. Has Marston turned up?
Yes.
How is he?
In great form.
Splendid. He should have been with me today. I was putting like an angel. Oh. Anything wrong?
Magda's upset at something in tonight's paper, Sir Hubert, about Eustace.
Oh, yes, this reward. I saw it at the club. I'm so sorry, Magda.
Well, something must be done to stop this.
But what?
I don't know, but something, anything. It's unbearable.
The wife has sent the flowers up from Wilbury, my lady. Does your ladyship want them arranged on the dinner table?
Yes, please, Rate.
Oh, Rate, I was going to ask you. Can't your wife arrange for someone else to take charge of Wilbury now? I mean, you must be anxious to have her back in London with you.
Oh, I'm not in the least, Sir Hubert.
No?
Well, the wife's in, delicate health just now. And,
I had no idea.
Yes, my lady, she's expecting before long.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Well, thank you, my lady. I've also received a letter from the wife enclosed with the flowers. She tells me the police were down at Wilbury yesterday dragging the lake again.
Oh.
Again?
Yes, Sir Hubert.
But why?
Well, it's only the police that can tell. The inspector went into the house also.
Really?
Into the house?
Yes, Sir Hubert. He told the wife you gave him permission after the inquest to go wherever he liked. Well, he went from room to room looking round with one of his men, but the wife stuck to them, which the wife was quick enough to see they didn't want, until they reached the library. There they ejected her and remained some time alone.
In the library?
Yes, but the wife felt quite comfortable about that, Sir Hubert, as all the cigars had been removed.
That'll do, Rate.
Yes, my lady.
I tell you, Hubert, it's got to stop.
Oh, they must do their duty, I suppose.
Well, if there was any sense in it, yes. But when one knows they're going on simply because of that verdict, it's cruel.
Well, you know I've sympathized with you up to now, Magda, but there's one person we owe all this to, Henson.
Yes. I was speaking about the evidence to Marston just now.
What does he think about it?
Well, he places no reliance on it at all.
Of course.
If you hadn't insisted on overlooking that brawl of his in the village 6 months ago when he was had up before the bench and we got rid of him, then we should have been spared all this.
Oh, I know it was my fault. Anyhow, when Sir Henry arrives, I shall beg him to do all he can to prevent this going on.
Excuse me, my lady. Someone at Scotland Yard has rung up, my lady, to say Sir Henry Egerton is prevented by important business from dining with your ladyship tonight.
Thank you, Felton.
My lady.
Well, it's a little late. Would you mind telling Rate for me, Celia?
Yes, of course. I'll help him do the flowers.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose I must go and dress.
Just a moment.
Hmm?
I have something to say to you, Hubert.
Oh, will it take long?
I can be as brief as you wish.
All right.
I've decided it would be better if we lived apart.
Why?
Because it would be happier for both of us.
Yes, but...
At any rate, it would be happier for me.
But...
You've nothing to fear as regards money. A regular income will be provided for you. There'll be only one condition.
What?
That you don't exceed it. I shall do no more than I've agreed to do. I've arranged the deed today.
And the amount of the income?
Oh, I've not been ungenerous.
Magda, why this sudden decision?
Sudden? Why, over and over again I've nearly left you. I ought to have gone when I first found you out. I see that now. But you know why I stayed. Because of the child.
But after he died, you still stayed.
Well, nothing seemed to matter then. Your faithlessness became monotonous. I got used to it. But since Eustace died, the position has altered completely. I've paid your debts. I've met every single one of your creditors in full. I've provided for others whose lives...
For others?
Yes. I've settled the last case only today across the solicitor's table. Mrs. Scale was the woman's name. You owed her £2,000.
Look here, Magda. Can't we start afresh?
No, it's too late for that.
With two well-known people like ourselves, if we separate, there's bound to be gossip, publicity. Isn't this a time when, if we both do our best, we might help each other? Can't we start afresh, you and I?
No, it's impossible.
You've never spoken so finally before.
I don't want to be cruel, but all sympathy between us is dead.
What could I do to revive it?
Nothing.
Mr. Aid.
Ah, I'm in good time, I see.
How are you, M.A.?
Fairly fit, thanks. Except for the east wind. I'm becoming painfully conscious of it.
What nonsense.
Really? If I have to cross-examine a witness when the wind's in the west, I'm a perfect lamb. But if it's in the east, I give him hell. But at any rate, it hasn't stopped my keeping faith with you and coming early as you asked me to do.
Yes, well, I must run and dress. I'll be as quick as I can.
Mike, I may as well tell you now. This is the last time you'll dine with Hubert and me. We're going to separate.
Finally?
Finally.
I see. Magda, I think I'd better not stay. Wouldn't it be better if I...
No, Mike,
I really think it would.
No, don't do that. I'm nervous tonight. I'd like you to stay. Just to steady me.
Then, of course, I'll stay.
Oh, but I was forgetting to thank you for a great kindness you've done today.
Kindness?
To Marston.
Oh, that's nothing.
I'm so grateful to you for Celia's sake.
Marston's all right, and my brother Dick's delighted to have him as a pupil.
Yes, but it is good of you.
Nonsense. Magda, do you intend to live in this flat after you and Hubert have...
Oh, yes.
And to keep Wilbury?
Oh, no. Don't let us talk of Wilbury.
I'm sorry.
Not that I can ever escape from it. I suppose you've seen the evening papers.
Yes. Still, I'm afraid the police have to do their duty.
But a search for a purely imaginary person...
I'm afraid they don't think the person is purely imaginary. In fact, I know they don't.
How do you know?
Edgerton told me. I saw him 3 days ago.
He was to have dined with us tonight.
Isn't he coming?
No, unfortunately. He's just telephoned that he can't. What did he say?
Well, he and the Director of Public Prosecutions take the view of the coroner's jury, that it was foul play.
But how can they?
Well...
Michael, you don't agree with them.
Well, I do see their point of view.
But on that evidence alone...
There are certain things that are not consistent with an accidental death.
What do you mean?
Well, the bruise on the forehead caused before death was certainly consistent with a struggle of some kind. And then there's the evidence of the undergardener.
Henson.
Which, if it stood alone, I agree would amount to very little. But it doesn't stand alone. One has to take it with the rest.
Yes, but the motive for such a crime...
Ah, that's often the crux.
M.A., you are an angel. Thank you so much for your goodness to Marston.
Oh, nonsense.
We're both so grateful, M.A.
Dinner is served, my lady.
Thank you, Rate.
Ah, good. I'm just in time. Well, my future Lord Chancellor Gurney, you'll look well in a full-bottom wig.
Oh, yes, you will, Marston.
You ought to have been with me today at Sunningdale. I did an 82 in a gale of wind. Yes, and that's saying something, I can tell you. So,
Will you wait here, Sir Henry, and I'll tell her ladyship?
No, I don't want her ladyship to be told I'm here.
Very well, Sir Henry.
Her ladyship and Sir Hubert are at dinner, you say?
Yes, Sir Henry, they've just gone in.
It's not a party?
No, only Mr. Eyre, Mr. Gurney, and Miss Wilson.
Well, I want you to give this note quietly to Sir Hubert, without disturbing anyone else or mentioning my name. You understand?
Perfectly, Sir Henry.
Shut the door.
What's up, Edgerton? I thought you couldn't come. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid there is. Your wife doesn't know I'm here.
No, you asked me in your note not to mention your name. She just thinks someone's come on important business.
That's all right, then.
What's the matter? You look like a thundercloud.
I have an appalling task to perform.
How do you mean? Well, can I help you in any way?
You can, Ware.
Good. Fire ahead, then.
You can help me by trying to keep your nerve and by believing that never in my life have I suffered as I'm suffering now.
Well, I'll try. Let's have it.
This evening, a warrant has been issued for your arrest.
My arrest?
Yes.
For what, in heaven's name?
The murder of Eustace Ede.
What? You're joking, Edgerton. Or you're mad. You don't know what you're saying. Good God.
Steady now. Control yourself.
Control myself? And the grounds for this arrest?
Now, I'm afraid I have to forget that I'm a friend and become an official. I have brought men with me whom you must question if you think fit. But as a friend, though, let me advise you to say as little as possible when you go with them. You will have ample opportunity of...
Oh, proving the stupidity of such a charge of exposing a blasted conspiracy. And I'll take the opportunity. I'll take it, Edgerton.
Sir Henry. But I thought you...
Lady Ware,
Magda, I'll tell you myself. It was so serious, it'd be childish.
What?
And that's the way you and I must look at it.
Look at what?
I'm accused of the murder of your brother Eustace.
Oh, no!
I beg you to believe, Lady Ware, my duties have never placed me in such an awful position before.
But I can't believe it. But surely you could have prevented this.
Prevented?
Yes, by telling the truth about what happened that afternoon. You were there, in the house at the time.
Well, I was in the garden.
Oh, that's a fine quibble a law can make use of, I suppose. But this is not the moment for quibbles, Sir Henry. My husband, at the time my brother met his death, was in the library with me and Mr. Eyre here.
That's quite right, Sir Henry.
He then joined you on the tennis lawn. You know that perfectly well.
Forgive me, but this is not the place
I feel that we're wasting Sir Henry's time. Your people in the hall will be growing impatient. Let's get it over.
Yes, we'd better go.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Magda, is there anything in the world I can do for you?
Yes, Michael, there is. Will you defend him?
Yes, my dear. I'll defend him.
Is the prison doctor here?
Yes, my lord.
I understand the prisoner is now better. Is he fit to return to the witness box for his cross-examination to be resumed?
Quite, my lord. It's only weakness. He's been very ill in the prison with pneumonia.
Yes, I understand that. Is the prisoner there?
Yes, my lord.
Very well. Have him brought in.
Will you come back, please, into the witness box?
If you like to sit, you may do so.
Thank you, my lord. I'm better now. I'd rather stand.
Very well. You may proceed, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, my lord. I shall now pass from the financial side of the matter. On that fateful afternoon on September the 10th, you've told my learned friend, Mr. Eyre, in your examination-in-chief, that you were in the library when your brother-in-law went to bathe.
That is so.
For how long did you remain there?
I couldn't say exactly.
Turn more to the jury.
Sorry, my lord.
What made you eventually leave the room?
My wife thought I was neglecting Sir Henry Egerton, who was on the tennis lawn.
Then what did you do?
What did I do?
Yes. What did you do?
I joined Sir Henry.
How soon?
Oh, in a few minutes.
I didn't catch that answer, Mr. Attorney.
My lord, in a few minutes, the witness said. How long would it take you to go direct to the lawn?
Oh, not long, of course.
It's so near?
Yes.
How near?
Oh, about 100 yards.
Or perhaps only 50.
It's possible. I've never measured it.
Then just outside the library window, one can see the tennis lawn?
Yes.
Is this the same plan which gives the elevation of the house?
Yes, my lord, it's marked B.
The one which shows that owing to the trees, the end of the lake in question cannot be seen from any of the windows?
Yes, my lord.
I follow. Yes?
And from the lawn, anyone could equally well see you.
I suppose so.
Oh, but Sir Henry Egerton did. He expressly said so in his evidence.
Oh, yes, I forgot for the moment.
He's told us further that he saw you descend those 6 steps to the lower level of the garden, not in the direction of the tennis lawn, and that you did not join him for a quarter of an hour. How do you reconcile that with your previous answer?
I was extremely worried that day.
Oh, then Sir Henry is inaccurate in describing you as being in excellent spirits.
I take it to be one's duty to hide one's feelings from one's guests sometimes. I'm glad I succeeded so well.
Go on, please.
I did go down the steps Sir Henry speaks of, but I only sat down on a seat for a minute or two before going round to the tennis lawn.
Can that seat be seen from the tennis lawn?
No, my lord.
So no one saw you sitting there?
I suppose not.
Might it have been longer than a minute or two that you sat down?
Really,
Might it have been 5 minutes?
Perhaps it might. I tell you, I was terribly worried, and I was trying to think what to do.
Might it have been 10 minutes?
Well...
Or 15?
No, it couldn't have been as long as that.
May I take it that when your wife suggested your joining Sir Henry, you meant to follow the suggestion?
Yes.
Then why not take the nearest way?
I could no more give reasons for my movements that day than I could fly.
Now, from that seat you speak of, how long would it take you to walk quickly to the bathing shed?
Oh, very little time. It's no distance. Certainly not more than 100 yards.
Silence in court. Well, now, we've heard that the police discovered at Wilbury this volume of French crimes and your book diary. You had been in the habit of reading that sort of thing?
It was a hobby. I was steeped in crime.
Silence! And as you told my friend, it was your practice to enter the crimes you read in the diary.
And other books, too.
Oh, yes, I agree. But can you account for the remarkable coincidence that you read the Farm Pond murder? A story strangely similar to the one we're investigating, the day before Eustace Ede's death.
Well, it is simply, as you say, a coincidence. There was no secret about it. Why, that very afternoon I told Sir Henry Egerton about it.
Yes, did you tell him what kind of murder it was?
No, but if he'd asked me, I should have told him.
Let me have that volume of French crimes and the book diary.
Yes, my lord.
One moment, Mr. Attorney. I see there's a turned-down page. Is that what the detective swore to?
Yes, my lord.
I had turned down the page myself, my lord, while reading it.
I follow. Yes, go on, Mr. Attorney.
Where do you generally keep that book diary?
On my writing table, lying openly on the top.
Was it there upon that day?
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Can you account then for its subsequent discovery in one of the bookcases out of sight, some way back?
No, I can't.
Did you remove it there?
No.
You're quite definite about that point.
Yes, quite definite.
What makes you so definite?
I'll explain. Our departure from Wilbury...
Oh, yes, but I've not got to that.
My lord, my friend must allow the witness to explain.
Yes, Mr. Attorney, I think the witness is entitled to give his explanation in his own way. Yes?
Our departure from Wilbury after the inquest was hurried. We were all anxious to get away. I knew I'd left the diary on the table, and just before I left, I went to look for it.
Why?
I wanted to pack it and take it to town.
What for?
I nearly always had it by me to enter any fresh books. But...
Well?
I couldn't find it. The table had been removed against the wall when my brother-in-law was placed there. I can only imagine that in the turmoil the diary fell on the floor and that one of the servants or somebody placed it without thinking on the first shelf that was handy.
Did you mention its disappearance to anyone?
No. I only thought of it at the last moment, and then, as I say, I longed to get away from the place. I think, Sir John, you would have had the same feeling.
Oh, now, your signet ring, which the police found in the lake. You told my learned friend that you were wearing it that day.
I repeat, I sealed a letter with it that very afternoon in Mr. Gurney's presence.
You're referring to this letter, Exhibit 8?
Yes, my lord. The one Sir Hubert Ware wrote to Switzerland expressing a wish for his brother-in-law's comfort on the very day when charged with designedly killing him.
Surely, Mr. Eyre, that's argument. It'll be for the jury to put their own construction.
Which I have little doubt they will.
In accordance with this letter of yours to the Swiss family, was your brother-in-law to start for Lausanne on the following Monday?
He was, my lord.
Were you fond of him?
No, my lord. I can't say I was.
You say no?
It would be an affectation for me to pretend that I was. He was not a likable boy. I was friendly with him, but beyond that...
Go on, please, Mr. Attorney.
That letter was sealed before Eustace Ede met his death. On your oath, were you wearing wrist ring after he met his death?
On my oath, I was.
You follow my point?
Perfectly. The doctor swore that the bruise and the mark on Eustace's forehead could have been caused by a blow from a hand wearing that ring.
Sufficient just to answer the Attorney General's questions. It will be for the jury to consider the evidence.
Yes, my lord.
Do you seriously suggest to the jury that your explanation of the subsequent discovery of this ring in the lake is a satisfactory
It's
one?
the only one I can give, and it's true.
Repeat it.
I've already told you
Repeat it.
That ring was found by the police when they dragged the lake a second time weeks later.
Well?
3 days after the catastrophe, early in the morning, it was insufferably hot, and I was restless and unable to sleep. So I went down to the lake and bathed.
From the same spot. Go on.
Well, I lost the ring then. It was always a shade large.
Did you mention the loss to anyone at the time?
No, I don't think I did.
Aren't you sure you didn't?
Well, yes, I am.
Then why not say so? It was a pity you didn't mention it, wasn't it?
I agree with you entirely. But at that awful time, the loss of an ordinary signet ring was of less importance somehow than the inquest and other matters.
Do you wish the jury to believe that you were able to bring yourself to bathe in that spot 3 days after this ghastly thing had happened?
That is what I am asking them to believe.
Was anyone in the house aware of this bathe?
No, unfortunately.
Can you produce here a single witness to corroborate your story?
I cannot. It was at 6 in the morning.
Yes, before any of your servants were down.
Yes. They're no better at getting up than most people.
Later, when the servants were about, did you give your bathing suit to anyone to have it dried or leave it out for that purpose?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I wore no bathing suit.
Silence! Did you value the ring?
I didn't quite catch what you said. Sorry.
Did you value the ring?
I liked it.
Did you value it?
Well, I used it for stealing letters. It was a useful ring to me.
Did you value it sufficiently to buy another, practically identical, to take its place?
Yes, if you put it that way.
And you bought it at the first opportunity on the very day after you returned to London?
Yes, Garrington's the jewellers where I bought it have given you the date.
Mr. Attorney, may I have the 2 rings again?
If your lordship pleases.
Would you be prepared to point out any difference between the 2 rings?
No, my lord. I should go further than the Attorney General. I should say they are absolutely identical.
Gentlemen of the jury, you shall have the rings to examine when you retire to consider your verdict. Yes, Mr. Attorney?
Did you invariably wear the second ring up to the night of your arrest?
Generally.
Why did you buy it?
To take the place of the other one.
So as to run no further risk of its absence being noticed?
No.
Do you swear to that?
I do.
Was this a pleasant bathe?
In a way.
Or may I take it that it was not an unpleasant bathe?
My lord, I don't know. I can't say.
But you were able to do it in the very spot where that boy had met his death 3 days before.
Which, if I had been guilty of this foul crime, would have taken some doing.
Doesn't it strike you as being an extraordinary thing to be able to do?
My lord, might I sit down again? I'm extremely sorry, Sir John. I feel all right now.
I think you wish me to repeat my last question.
Yes, please.
Doesn't it strike you as being an extraordinary thing to be able to bathe in that very spot where that boy met his death 3 days before?
As to how it strikes me is perhaps less important than how it strikes the jury.
Isn't it a fact that you never bathed there at all after the boy's death?
No, it is not.
Isn't it a fact that you lost that ring in a struggle with him when he met his death?
No, before God, no.
And isn't it a
you
fact
must let me finish what I was going to say. You spun a web round me of the most appalling kind. And there are certain facts against which I can't get over. But I told you the truth. You've assailed my moral character, and I have attempted to defend it. I don't defend it. I've been as candid as I could, gentlemen. But when the prosecution charged me with this crime, they commit one in doing so. I swear solemnly that I am innocent.
Silence in court! Your witness, Mr. Eyre.
I know you've been very ill, Sir Hubert. Just answer quietly the few further questions I'll put to you. You don't dispute the financial aspects of this case?
No, not in the least.
Nor, in that respect, your relationship with Mrs. Scale and your owing her £2,000?
I wish I could dispute it. There is much in my life I wish I hadn't done.
As to your liabilities, had you any notion that after the tragedy your wife would settle them?
I had not. I might add that my wife and I were not happy together, through my fault, not hers.
In fact, has your wife settled all your liabilities?
Every one, my lord.
What was the first intimation you had of her intention of doing so?
Through her solicitor, my lord.
She might have declined to assist you at all.
And she would have been justified. I'm prepared to say in open court that I had treated my wife abominably.
Sir Hubert, you have said that you bought the second ring at Garrington's upon the day after your return to London. Upon the very day after, to use my learned friend's expression.
Yes.
Was there anything in the wide world to prevent your motoring to Garrington's, the 12 miles from Wilbury, upon any day before that you chose to do so, if you'd been in a desperate hurry to replace the ring?
Nothing whatever.
When your brother-in-law went to bathe, leaving you in the library, was that the last occasion on which you were in his company?
It was.
One final question. Did you kill Eustace E?
No!
Witness, if you were...
I'm so sorry, my lord. I'm not feeling well.
All right, you can go back to the dock.
Call Lady Ware.
Lady Ware!
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence which I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Lady Ware, you are the wife of the prisoner?
I am.
I have only a few questions to ask you. Your husband has told us that you and he were not happy together. Is that true?
Quite true.
We've heard him blame himself in that regard, so I won't ask your view of the matter. The payment of his debts, was that an entirely spontaneous action on your part?
Entirely.
He never asked you to help him?
No. And I think it probable he didn't think I would do so. We were very unhappy at that time.
Lady Ware, you arranged to pay that £2,000 to Mrs. Scale?
Yes, isn't it enough that I arranged to pay all his debts?
Certainly, I take your answer. 3 days after the tragedy, were you aware or had you any knowledge of his bathing in the lake?
Unfortunately, no. But it was a very common thing for him to do.
This ring of which we've heard so much, were there occasions on which your husband did not wear it?
Oh, yes, frequent. For instance, when he played golf.
And its absence sometimes from his finger wouldn't surprise you?
Not in the slightest. And if I had noticed it, neither that nor anything else in the case would have led me to doubt his innocence.
We cannot have your opinion.
My
Lady
brother was
Ware.
a very weak swimmer, and I'm convinced his death was an accident.
Oh, do you seriously suggest that? After the medical evidence, and after the gardener's story as to his seeing another man bending over the punt?
I do, and I think the gardener, who was a great distance away, made a mistake.
I see.
Mr. Attorney, I'm going to call evidence to prove it was a mistake.
Lady Ware, you say you knew nothing of this early morning bathe of your husband.
No. My husband and I had separate rooms.
Don't you think it is remarkable that he was able to do such a thing?
No, I do not.
Do you mean that?
I do. And I will give my reason. I consider my husband an abnormal man.
An abnormal man?
Yes.
But not so abnormal as to be able to commit murder.
No. To be morally bad is one thing. To be criminally bad is another.
Silence! I think, Mr. Attorney, this is argument. The witness's opinion, you know.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further to ask the witness.
Just attend to me one moment, Lady Ware. On the night of the tragedy, where was your husband?
At Wilbury, my lord.
Yes, but I understand that you and your husband did not occupy the same room.
No. But that night my husband and Miss Wilson sat up very late with me. I was very hysterical, and no one could have been kinder than he was, or more helpful.
Thank you, that will do.
Call Thomas Bold.
Thomas Bold! What name?
Bold. B-O-L-D.
The book in the right hand.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence which I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thomas Bold is your name?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a bookmaker?
That's right, sir. Well known in the ring once, but I've fallen on bad times. It was like this, gentlemen,
Never mind that for the moment. Now, were you at Wilbury on September the 10th last?
That's right, sir. Ledger Day. I was near starving, and not knowing where to turn, I tramped the road to Wilbury. I knew Sir Hubert had a kind heart, and I asked him for help.
And did he help you?
That's right, sir. No half-crown or 5 bob touch, but a fiver. He's a tip-topper, is Sir Hubert.
And then, tell your story to the jury in your own way.
He gave me food, gentlemen, and told me to stroll in the grounds before I returned to London. So I wandered about till I come to the lake. And within about a couple of 100 yards of a boathouse, I felt sleepy-like, and I curled up under a tree. Presently, I woke up, and I saw a young gentleman with a towel round his neck come to the boathouse.
Do you remember how he was dressed at all?
Not quite so fast, Mr. Eyre.
I beg your lordship's pardon.
Yes?
Do you remember how he was dressed at all?
A light suit, sir, and one of them trilby hats. White, it looked.
Quite right. Had you ever seen him before?
Never in my life. Then he went into the boathouse.
Alone?
That's right, sir, quite alone. Then he came out again, dressed as he was, and walked to the punt at the side. He unchained it.
Can you swear to that?
On me oath. Then he got into the punt and shoved it off. And as he did so, he lost his balance and fell forward. And I thought he knocked his head somehow against the edge of the punt. He put his hand up like this. But it didn't seem to upset him much. He came back and then got out.
One moment. Yes?
Did he chain up the punt again?
Oh, no, sir, I don't think he did. Then he went into the bathing shed.
Still alone?
That's right, sir.
And then?
Then he come out in his bathing suit on the landing stage, went down the steps into the water.
You saw that distinctly?
That's right, sir. He sort of felt the water first with his toe to see if it was cold. Funky like.
And no one was with him or near him at hand?
Not a soul, sir.
Could you have recognised Sir Hubert if he'd been there?
Of course, sir. But he wasn't. On my oath, he wasn't.
Huh? And then, did the young fellow swim or what?
That's right, sir. But not very grandly, I thought. He swam some little way out. And just about then, I got up, went off to the station. I wasn't thinking anything about it. But just before I started off, I remember I did look round, but the young gentleman wasn't there anymore. I thought he'd gone back to the shed.
What did you do then?
I went to the station and took my ticket for London.
I'm going to call the booking clerk, my lord.
Then what, clerk?
I am addressing his lordship.
Well, you don't want to call no booking clerk. I took the ticket out and tell all about it.
Don't argue.
Now, Bold, when did you first tell this story to the prisoner's advisers?
Only after all the police court proceedings were over.
Why not before? Just explain, quite frankly to the jury, why you allowed all those weeks to pass since Sir Hubert's arrest before giving your information.
Because, gentlemen, since October I was in prison. 2 months out for stealing to keep alive. And I never heard a word about the case till I come out.
That's all for the moment. Your witness, Mr. Attorney.
What did you do with the £5 the prisoner gave you?
Helped a pal with some. Back to loser with the rest.
Where were you in prison?
Stafford, sir.
Were you justly convicted?
Well, sir, that all depends on your point of view.
Had you committed theft?
That's right, sir.
Did you plead guilty?
No, sir.
Did you go into the witness box and give evidence on oath?
That's right, sir.
And swore the charge was false?
That's right, sir. I meant to ride it to the finish.
When you came out of prison, how did you first hear of this charge against the prisoner?
From the paper, sir.
So I imagined. A full account of the police court proceedings?
No, sir, no. Only a sort of paragraph just referring to the case and saying you were going to prosecute and Mr. Eyre defend.
Was that all it said?
No, sir, not quite. It had a headline.
No doubt you're accurate upon that point. Did you buy this paper?
That's right, sir. The Echo.
Just that one paper?
That's all, sir.
What else did it say?
Well, just shortly what Sir Hubert was charged with. Not much more, no details.
And simply on the strength of that, you told your story to the prisoner's advisers?
That's right, sir.
Didn't you know that your story contradicted in detail the case for the prosecution?
Yes, sir.
How did you know?
How did I know? Why, from the paragraph I've told you about.
That short paragraph?
That's right, sir.
And on the strength of that paragraph only, you go to the prisoner's advisers and give them all these elaborate details, the boy falling into the punt and hitting his forehead and the rest?
That's right, sir.
On your oath, sir, didn't you buy all the newspapers you could containing the evidence at the police court before you went with your story?
No, sir, I did not.
Thomas Bold, have you anything in the world to gain by committing perjury in that box?
Nothing, sir. I'm not very long for this world, but before I go, I mean to try to save an innocent man.
By telling the truth?
That's right, sir. God help me.
Witness, this paragraph in the paper that you read, was it an evening paper?
That's right, sir. My lord. I always read the Sun, my lord.
But I thought you said this was the Echo.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's how it was. I bought the Sun afterwards.
Then you bought two papers?
Yes, my lord. See if the other said any more, but it didn't.
Listen, before you went to the prisoner's solicitor, did you know that your story of the dead boy hitting his head on the punt would account equally well as the doctor's evidence for the bruise?
That's right, sir. Lordship, I knew that.
You did know that?
I beg pardon, my lord. I'm rather confused.
That will do.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Eyre, Have you many more witnesses to call?
Only 3, my lord.
Members of the jury, I'm anxious for the case to be concluded sometime tonight, so that you needn't be locked up for another night over Sunday. We'll adjourn now for a quarter of an hour.
And now, members of the jury, I have done with the evidence in detail. I shall not detain you much longer. My learned friend will argue that it's not credible that an innocent man could bring himself to bathe where only 3 days before his brother-in-law was drowned. I will put it to you in a different light, and in the one which I believe you will accept, that it's inconceivable for a guilty man to be able to go near the spot at all. Remember also, the ring was not found when the body was found. It was discovered weeks afterwards, when they dragged the lake a second time. Is that not consistent with the prisoner's account that he lost the ring after Eustace Eade's death? I submit respectfully that that point is worthy of your grave consideration. As to the prisoner's moral character, which has been fearlessly laid bare to you, I hold no brief for that. I am not here to defend that. He himself has not sought to defend it. And I make bold to say that there are many persons here in this court who would not care to publish their full histories to the world. But they need not be murders. Members of the jury, the prisoner at the bar is a fortunate man in several respects. He is prosecuted by the Attorney General with all the fairness which distinguishes him. His trial is presided over, I say with the greatest respect, by one of the learned judges of England, who is renowned for his scrupulous care and impartiality. His case is being tried by you, in whose hands his fate lies. And speaking for myself, I can only thank you for the patience you have shown me. And last, but not least, his very life is being fought for by his wife. A woman who, if I am any judge of character, has in this court won not only the sympathy, but the admiration of all. In these days of skepticism, when the world seems packed with cynics and often bereft of what is fine and noble, you and I, and every soul here, will be able to look back upon this terrible story with gratitude to that woman who has shown us all, old and young, that human nature has beauty in it still. But it is not upon a recollection of her in that box that I am going to ask you with an unbounded confidence to acquit the man at the bar. It is upon the evidence, upon the facts, and upon the facts alone. Cast all sentiment from you, fling it away. And as men of the world, see if you, or any one of you, can conscientiously send that man to his death. Are you going to assume the responsibility of saying that this is more than a case of extraordinary coincidence? You've seen the prisoner there, facing his ordeal. A man of position charged with this awful thing, with the eyes of all the world upon him. Were you not impressed by his candor? Would you say that he was lying? Did he strike you so unfavorably that you are convinced he was capable of writing the letter on that day to Lausanne, while all the time he meant to kill his brother-in-law? Yet, that is the case for the crowd. Members of the jury, the responsibility upon me is heavy, and for any omissions on my part, I crave your indulgence, while I ask you to remember, as I know my Lord will tell you, that no prisoner in England has to prove his innocence, but that the burden is on the prosecution to establish his guilt to the satisfaction of a jury beyond all reasonable doubt. Have they done that? I am not afraid of your answer.
May it please your lordship. Members of the jury, we who spend our lives in courts of justice are accustomed to the power and eloquence of my learned friend. But you, I venture to say, who possibly have listened to him for the first time, will school yourselves, in accordance with the oath that you have taken, to weigh only the evidence in this extraordinary story, and to be influenced not by any fervent words of his, nor by any pity that you may feel for individuals, but by hard facts. If individuals and their feelings are to be remembered by you, I submit there is one who deserves your pity. That is the boy who was done to death on that afternoon of September the 10th. Now, I agree with my learned friend. It is incumbent on the prosecution to prove the prisoner's guilt to your satisfaction. Have not the prosecution done so? Can you disbelieve the testimony against him? Is it not beyond suspicion? Then ask yourselves if that for the defense is equally reliable. I shall revert to that. Now, as to Lady Ware, admitting the world to be skeptical and cynical, I think you will agree with me that there are few wives who, in a like position, would not have acted in precisely the same way. She strenuously denies that there was ever any communication between her and the prisoner as to her paying his debts after the death of the boy. Assuming that to be true, and God forbid that we should blame her if it is not true, we have seen what she will endure for that man. And in that regard, I am as ready to pay my tribute to her as is my learned friend. But with that generous nature, which her husband recognized well enough, is it not at least conceivable that, communication or no communication between them, he might have had a very shrewd opinion that she would rescue him from his difficulties? At any rate, she did rescue him. Members of the jury, let me remind you of a significant phrase. Lady Ware described the prisoner as an abnormal man. I don't know what you thought of that definition, but it was a remarkable one, wasn't it? And from the point of view of the prosecution, it is the most accurate description that could be given of him. He is an abnormal man. And now, step by step, I shall show you how. The clouds of ruin had been gathering round the prisoner, and on that day of September the 10th, there burst upon him one which overwhelmed him. The urgent message from Mr. Ingleworth, the stockbroker, a claim, taken with the rest, which he could not meet except through one contingency, the death of Eustace Ede, whose fortune would then pass to Lady Ware. He knew that. It's proved that he knew it. And what happens? Eustace Ede dies within an hour. Do you believe for an instant that it was accidental? Consider that similar French crime read and digested by the prisoner the very day before. The blow on the forehead. The loss of the ring, which could have caused the wound, and, as I submit to you, did cause it. And stranger still, the purchase of the second ring, absolutely identical. Piece those facts together. And remember that that boy's death meant everything to that man.
My lord, my wife is ill.
Witness, you must keep silent. Just a few moments, Mr. Attorney.
For the defense, seen in the court.
Marshal, the Ware trial, judge summing up.
The Ware trial, speech for the
What are they shouting now, Marston?
Nothing fresh.
Is that wretched, gaping crowd still out there?
Yes.
How long have you been here, M.A.?
Half an hour. But I don't want to disturb Celia. How is she?
Oh, she insists on coming in to see you.
Did you have the telephone disconnected?
Yes, whenever we got back.
It would never do for any news to reach her too suddenly.
No.
Rate has the car there and will drive straight here.
Is there any news?
No, not yet. The jury are still out. Shh. She's coming.
It's not over, is it?
No, not yet.
Why have you left the court?
I left my junior to take the verdict. There was nothing more that I could do.
Oh, don't think me ungrateful, Mike. I shall never forget what you've done for him. How far they got?
The judge finished his summing up and the jury retired.
Don't hide anything, Mike. Tell me everything. How did the judge sum up?
Very fairly, as he always does. About 9:30, I thought the jury wouldn't be long.
Why?
Because they sent a note to the judge.
A note? Why?
Probably asking some questions.
Well?
The judge sent back his reply from his private room. I saw the clerk of the court bring it through. That often means they agree soon afterwards.
Then you think there's hope? A real hope?
Why, of course. There's a tremendous feeling for him. A great crowd outside in Newgate Street was calling 3 cheers for Hubie Ware.
Oh, were they, Marston? Oh, don't pay any attention to me. I'm terrified. Don't leave me, Michael.
We should be in the dining room.
All right, Marston.
Oh, how can I ever thank you for all you've done for him? If he's spared, it's you who'll have saved his life.
Nonsense.
But you're not as hopeful as Marston.
I'm not as young. And perhaps defending a man you know brings you too close to it all.
But you do believe he's innocent?
With all my heart.
Then they can't make the mistake. They can't. Has such a ghastly thing ever happened?
What?
An innocent man condemned.
Very rarely in this country.
Oh, then he's safe. He must be safe. Oh, why are they so long?
Because they can't agree.
But surely Bowles' evidence alone...
Those last answers of his to the judge were not very helpful.
Did the judge refer to them?
Yes, but very fairly.
How do you mean?
He told the jury they might take the view that the man was confused and didn't realize quite what he was saying. But he said they must scrutinize his evidence carefully. And also that, though he need not necessarily be committing perjury, they were entitled to take into consideration his past record.
I see. What's the time?
11:15.
2 hours out. Oh.
Now, Magda, courage. Remember, it was your husband's bearing in the box that made the greatest impression.
He was brave, wasn't he?
There was only one other witness who surpassed him. Yourself.
Oh, no.
Can you imagine what it meant to me to have to put those questions to you?
Michael, dear, I shall never forget you. I shall never forget anything. But I shall have to be a changed woman after all this.
How do you mean?
This awful trial must be his atonement for all that's past. If justice can bring him back, I'm ready to begin afresh. Do you understand?
Yes, Magda.
But justice won't. There is no justice. They're going to find an innocent man guilty.
Magda, my dear,
I've
you
been
must...
too hard. I might have appealed to his better side and been more patient, more tolerant.
No woman could have behaved better than you've done.
I've never given him a chance.
Nonsense.
Not a real chance, I mean. I might have prevented all this.
You could never have prevented it. You could never have prevented anything. He wouldn't allow you to.
Oh, but Michael, you pity him, don't you?
At this moment, I pity him with all my soul.
That's our door. Someone's come. Oh, what's they going to tell me? Hubert. Oh, Hubert.
Where I'm so glad. Thank you.
Don't try to speak.
I'll join the others.
I brought this champagne for Sir Hubert, my lady. I think your ladyship should make him take it.
Thank you, Raid.
And, Sir Hubert, here are your things. They returned from the prison. Your cigarette case, your watch and chain, and your keys.
Good.
My lady, I don't know what to say.
Thank you, Raid. Thank you. Hubert, drink this.
What? Oh, no. No, I don't think I can.
Please. Have you had any food?
No, I couldn't.
You've had nothing?
Oh, something at 8 this morning. I've not been able to manage anything since.
Hubert. Oh, my dear.
Oh, they're awfully good to me. Awfully good to me. Tried to persuade me and all that, but I couldn't. I'm beyond it. Beyond it. Is it cold in here, or is it my fancy?
Try to drink some more. It'll warm you.
Oh, well, yeah. You were right, Magda. This is the best thing I could take. I'd like more. Might help me to forget.
Yes, dear.
If only I could forget. That's better.
You've got so thin, Hubert.
Yes, I've lost weight, they tell me.
I wonder you're alive.
I don't know that I'm alive. Wouldn't care if I wasn't. No, I don't. For 2 whole months I've fought for life. I've been in terror. The other thing. I've clutched at everything like a drowning man. Can't get away from that horror. It'll never leave me. It haunts me.
Darling, don't talk. Drink some more champagne.
And now that I've got my life, I don't know what to.
I should like to kill the fiends who have brought you to this.
Oh, they're not such a bad lot, really. It's all infernally exaggerated, all that side of it. Why, I remember now, even one of those warder fellows asked me to drink his health tonight. And it is tonight, isn't it?
Yes, dear.
Well, here's going.
Oh, sit quietly, Hubert. You're not strong enough to... Try to be quiet for a little. I want to talk to you.
No.
You have only to listen. Only 2 months ago, here in this room, you asked me if we couldn't start afresh, and I refused. Hubert, listen. It's for me to repent, not you. And I ask you to forgive me for never helping you in your life. I might have made it better. You might never have acted as you did. I tell you that the past is buried. I've come through that awful trial because I knew the cruelty of the charge. But you're innocent. You're proved innocent, my dear.
No. I did it.
What?
I did it.
No. No!
What is it?
Yes, Michael, thanks to you, I'm not guilty, but I did it. I killed Eustace Ede.
Good God, and I got you off.
Yes, but you can't touch me now. I'm free. None of them can touch me. I've cheated them, done a lot of them. I know the lord of the land. Listen to them out there. They're calling for me. They like me. I'll go to the window and give them a wave. Listen to them. They don't know. But you hear them? And I killed him. Killed him. His weak, mean, useless little face was there. And then suddenly I thought, Magda, Wilbury, I said it. I killed him. I killed him.
Look out, man.
Oh, Michael! Michael, what's happened?
Stay there, don't move.
Magda, my dear, you mustn't look. She's dead. She's dead, my dear.
In the Ware case by George Pledel Bancroft, the part of Sir Hubert Ware was played by Peter Cook, Lady Ware by Isabel Dean, Michael Aid by Michael Spice, the Attorney General Hugh Manning, the Judge James Thomason, Sir Henry Egerton Austin Trevor, Marston Gurney Peter Bartlett, Eustace Eade John Broster, Tommy Bold Malcolm Hayes, and Celia Wilson Joe Manning Wilson. The programme, which was recorded, was produced by Martin C. Webster.
The Sunday Play.
We present The Navies here, a radio play by Kenneth Langmaid, based on the book of the same name by Willie Frischauer and Robert Jackson. It is mid-December, 1939.
Extra special! German warship sunk! Paper! Paper, sir?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Which ship is it?
Mean to say you don't know? You're an Admiralty bloke, ain't you?
Well, I work at the Admiralty, but that doesn't mean to say I've a private line to the First Lord's office. Fleet Street usually gets all the important naval news before I do.
Oh, does it? Well, it's the Spee, sir. Pocket battleship, I think she called herself. The report's on the back page. Stop press. Scuttered herself up some river in South America.
Yes, in the River Plate of Montevideo.
That's it, sir.
This is good news.
Yes. About time something good happened, ain't it?
Oh, things aren't going all that badly, are they?
No, I suppose not. For one thing, the Jerrys haven't started to bomb London yet. Think they ever will, sir?
Just a minute. After landing hundreds of men and large quantities of equipment, the pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee left Montevideo Harbour yesterday evening shortly after 6 o'clock local time. Large crowds on the waterside watched her proceed slowly downriver. Towards sunset, just over 2 hours later, smoke was seen above the warship, and British naval aircraft then reported the Graf Spee had blown up, presumably as the result of scuttling charges placed in her by a crew. The fate of the commanding officer, Captain Langsdorff, is uncertain, but unconfirmed reports state that he has been found shot dead in Buenos Aires. Yes, well, that sounds pretty conclusive, as far as the Graf Spee is concerned.
One up for the Navy, eh, sir?
It is indeed. What's happened to the Altmark?
The Altmark, sir?
Yes, she was the pocket battleship's auxiliary, a store-carrying tanker. Used to follow the Spee round and reprovision and refuel her underway. Quite a big ship, too. 12,000 tons at least.
Well, then, with the Spee sunk, this here other one will be out on her own.
Well, that's how it looks to me. And there's another thing. It's almost certain she's carrying a number of British prisoners of war on board. Merchant Navy men picked up from ships the Graf Spee had sunk in the Atlantic.
I wonder what this here tanker is doing with herself now. What's your bet, sir?
Well, lurking around somewhere in the South Atlantic, I imagine.
Altmark, eh? 12,000 ruddy tons. Never heard of her before.
No, perhaps not. But I shouldn't be surprised if you heard of her again before long.
And, Herr Kapitän, I've just been talking to the first officer. He has grave news.
Of the Admiral Graf Spee, you mean?
Not only that. I had already heard of her sinking when I was in the wireless office. No, I refer to her commander, Captain Langsdorff. They say he has shot himself in Buenos Aires. Is it true, sir?
You have no reason to doubt that report, I regret to say.
I see. Then with the Graf Spee sunk and Captain Langsdorff dead, it would seem that our own mission is at an end. What is to happen to us on board the Altmark? Are we also to...
To destroy ourselves by our own hands? Is that what you mean, Chief Engineer?
Yes, Herr Kapitän.
No, we shall not do that, yet. If we are intercepted by the British, it will be a different matter. For the present, we are at large and on the high seas. The Altmark may still be of the greatest service to the Third Reich. Now, what is the fuel situation?
We have ample supplies of diesel oil, and the reserve bunkers are untouched. They can be drawn on if necessary.
That may be necessary. We may have to burn everything we've got, including the reserves.
Yes, Herr Kapitän. But fuel is only one requirement. There's something more serious that I came to...
Captain Dow speaking.
First officer from the bridge, sir. I've just made an emergency alteration of course to pick up a floating object. I thought you...
Never mind about it now. Turn over your watch and then come to my cabin.
Very good, Herr Kapitän.
If there is anything else you wish to say, let me hear it before the first officer arrives.
Yes, sir. It's about the main machinery lubricating system. There's contamination due to defective oil coolers, and the bearings...
I'm not interested in the technical details, Chief Engineer. Only with the operation of my ship. Do you mean that you require time to undertake overhauls?
That is so, Captain Dow.
Very well. How long do you estimate these repairs will take?
It depends on what further inspection reveals, but the work may require a shutdown of several days.
I see. Yes?
First officer, sir.
Come in. Come and sit down.
Thank you, sir. I wish to report...
That can wait, First Officer. There are more vital issues we must discuss immediately. The Chief Engineer here has been telling me of a threatened failure of the main machinery. It seems that the engines must be overhauled and without undue delay. This is serious. The ship would be immobilized for some time, possibly for a week or more.
Yes, Herr Kapitän.
The situation is grave, but we must accept it and make full use of the main engines while they are still operable. We will move further southwest, 200, 300 miles, to be clear of the shipping lanes. We will then heave to.
Yes, sir.
And so tomorrow, First Officer, you must set your men to work.
My men? Surely, Captain, you mean the Chief Engineer's staff?
The activities of both engine room and deck personnel will be essential to achieve what I have in mind. Now, listen, both of you. You are aware that the Graf Speer has been scuttled, that Captain Langsdorff is dead, and that consequently our duties as auxiliary have ceased.
Yes, sir.
You also know that there are no other German naval units which we could serve either here, in South American waters, or in the North Atlantic. Furthermore, only internment awaits us if we attempt to lie up in the neutral port.
Yes, we understand.
We are, in fact, quite alone. As we have no immediate responsibilities, the possibility of scuttling ourselves at sea might present itself. However, I have other ideas.
Yes, Herr Kapitän.
And they are these. I shall use every endeavor to deliver my ship safely to a German port, Hamburg, if possible. To this end, I propose to grant the Chief Engineer every facility for his repairs. While they are being undertaken, we will carry out alterations to the appearance of the ship. Our present silhouette is typical of an ocean-going tanker. We will change that. For example, we carry one funnel positioned aft. I propose to disguise this as a deck house and to construct two dummy funnels, which will be placed further forward. The ship's name will be painted out and another substituted. We will indicate a different port of registration on the counter. With temporary screens, we can alter the lines of the bows and around the bridge. The color of the hull will be changed, and so on. Your own ingenuity should provide other details. But whatever alternatives we may decide, one objective is to be kept firmly in mind. The Altmark will return to the fatherland intact, prisoners of war and all. Is that clear to both of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But how far shall we have to steam in all, Herr Kapitän?
About 10,000 miles.
Oh.
Let me see. Today is the 18th December. We should be home by the end of January at the latest.
What about the British Atlantic patrols?
We shall find means of avoiding them.
And the danger of being sighted and reported by merchant shipping?
Our disguise should safeguard us against that.
There may be other instructions from High Command.
I have already received a cipher from OKM of no great significance, except that it speaks of a British naval alert in our honor. We are already making history, you see, First Officer?
Yes, Herr Kapitän. It is an honor I appreciate. You may rest assured of my full support, and you can count on every officer and man of the ship's company to do his utmost.
That's good.
You mentioned the prisoners, sir.
Yes, I did. What about them?
My report from the bridge just now concerns these men.
In what way?
I informed you that I had altered course to pick up a floating object. It was astern of us when the lookout sighted it. There was every reason to suppose that it had been dropped from this ship.
Indeed.
At all events, we succeeded in retrieving the object from the sea. Here it is.
What is this? Kind of little raft? carrying a small flag, supporting also tin.
Exactly, sir. Obviously, the raft was thrown overboard by one of the prisoners in the hope that it would be picked up by a passing ship.
Are you certain of this?
Open the tin, sir.
Ah, so. A sheet of tinfoil, and inside twist paper. 20th December 1939. We are 300 seamen from British ships sunk by the British ship Graf Spee. We are now on board the supply ship Altmark, somewhere in the South Atlantic. My God! You're right. If this message had been salvaged by some meddlesome neutral, our position might have been disclosed to the enemy and our plans jeopardized. These damn Britishers. Chief Engineer, I will see you again later.
Very good, sir.
First officer?
Yes, sir.
Order the English liaison officer to be sent to my cabin and the armed guard. Immediately.
Very good, Herr Kapitän.
Come in.
The British liaison officer, Captain.
Very good. Guard?
Yes, sir, Captain.
You will remain here during the interview. Close the door and stand beside it.
Very good, Captain.
Now then. You are the spokesman for the British prisoners on board?
I am, Captain.
And your name is King, I understand?
That's right.
Well, step forward, Mr. King. Let me take a look at you. Do you consider that you have any responsibility for these countrymen of yours?
Well, sir, I'm an officer in the British Merchant Navy.
Indeed. Not a very efficient officer, I should have thought. Or you would exercise more control over your compatriots.
I assume you didn't send for me just to be offensive.
I sent for you because it was my wish. And because, Mr. King, I wanted to show you this small contraption. You recognize it, perhaps?
Yes, I recognize it.
That's not surprising, because it was dropped overboard by one of your men, and we have been put to some inconvenience to recover it. The plan was a futile one, but there was a remote chance that this thing might be picked up by a passing ship, when the consequences could have been most objectionable for myself.
That's what we were hoping.
So you openly confess that you knew of this thing manufacture?
I do. In fact, I was partly responsible for the whole idea. You see, I aim to get the boys back to England, Captain Dove. You shouldn't blame us for doing what little we can to help ourselves.
I do blame you. And as you seem incapable of correct behavior, I shall ensure that there is in future no opportunity for a similar indiscretion. From today, no prisoner will be permitted to leave the hold. But what, Mr. King?
But you must allow us some fresh air and exercise. Conditions in the hold are bad enough as it is.
Prisoners of war must conform to discipline, Mr. King. Remind your men of that. You can tell them also that as punishment for dropping the raft, rations will be reduced for 1 week.
But we're practically starving already.
You should have thought of that before. Guard.
The Captain.
Escort the prisoner back to the hold.
Lay my mitts on a perishing radio transmitter just for a couple of minutes.
Nice idea, Sparks. Why don't you have a go at it, eh?
What do you mean? Make one? Out of what? Tin cans?
No, I didn't mean anything of the sort. Here, I was thinking. We might slip away from the exercise squads one evening and force an entry into the ship's wireless office. You could work their set, I suppose.
Why, yes, of course I could. Yeah, but we'd have to get at it first.
Well, perhaps King could suggest a way. He knows his bearings around this old hooker better than any of us.
Well, why not ask him? Here he is, fresh from his interview with Captain Dow.
Hello, King. What did the old crowd-eater want?
What's he up to now?
He tried to tear me up into little strips.
Why?
They picked up the raft and read the message. Must have spotted it almost immediately after we dropped it in the drink. Anyhow, Skipper Dow was as wild as hell. Ah, yes, I know, lads. It's all very disappointing. I'm afraid it's let us all in pretty badly.
I always said it was a rotten idea.
Now, then we had a majority vote on whether we should go ahead. I must confess I thought it was worth doing at the time, even if it wasn't very clever. We shall have to think up something else. I'm sorry, all of you.
Oh, there's nothing to be sorry about.
That's where you're wrong. As a result of this, we're confined to barracks from today.
Eh?
Do you mean to say we're not allowed out of this stinking hole?
That's what I do mean. Captain's orders.
Can't
do that, can he?
Tough luck, Sparks. Not much chance of seeing the inside of the wireless office now.
Well, that isn't all.
Isn't all? It's enough, isn't it? No ruddy daylight, no ruddy exercise.
Now, the other tidbit of news is that for 1 week we're all on half rations. Oh, well, we did have a shot at doing something. It was an effort.
It was an effort, all right, and a pretty expensive one at that.
We'll never get off this blasted tub at this rate.
Of course we will. The Navy knows we're here. They'll be hunting for us already.
If only I could have got at that radio transmitter, we could have spilt the old beans. Might have been able to contact a British ship, South Atlantic Squadron, even the bloody Admiralty itself.
Operations Division? Yes, speaking. A signal from Force G, South Atlantic. Now, very good. Send it straight up to the operational plot, please. A signal from Force G has just come in, Commander. Probably a relay from Ajax. They might have something to report about the Altmark, if she's still afloat.
Do you think there's any doubt about it, sir?
Oh, not really. But if she hasn't scuttled herself, where is she now?
Not in a neutral port, that's certain. But if she goes south, she'd be inside Pack Eyes pretty soon. And if she went round Cape Horn or into the Indian Ocean, she'd eventually be in difficulties over fuel, and certainly over provisions.
Well, my guess is that she'll make tracks for Germany. If I was her skipper, I'd try and barge my way through the Atlantic.
In which case, Force G or Force H might intercept you, sir.
Yes, they might. But don't forget, the Atlantic Patrol, pretty thinly spread, and there's an awful lot of water there.
Yeah.
Come in.
The signal, sir.
Oh, thank you, Messenger. This should be the message from the War Registry. Ah, yes, it is. No sighting reports received of Altmark. Search continues. Oh, rather negative, I'm afraid.
At least it suggests that she hasn't tried to break to the northward. So the chances are she's still in the South Atlantic.
In which case, she's got a hell of a long way to go to get home. You know, every time I hear the Altmark's name, I'm reminded of those prisoners, poor devils. It's tough enough to lose your ship, God knows, but to be cooped up indefinitely in what is virtually a floating prison.
Hey, let's have a nice sketch map of the Atlantic, Shorty. Thanks. Hello. Who's been making sketches of the female form divine on the back of my chart?
Oh, Sparks ran out of materials for his artistic efforts, so he had a bash on the only bit of paper he could find, your sketch map.
Sorry, King.
That's all right. But don't let's get distracted from the real business, which is to try and decide where this ruddy hooker actually is. Now, as I see it, I think we're just about there. It's about 800 miles east of Montevideo. And we're steaming north. I know that because there's a compass in Dow's cabin, and I got a glimpse of it when I was in there just now.
Good for you, King.
Well, you can see what that means, can't you? If we carry on as we're doing, we should be crossing the convoy routes before very long.
And clicking with the escort ships. One of our cruisers or a destroyer or two.
Right.
The Altmark gets herself knocked out, and it's England. Here I come.
Now, steady on. Not so loud. You'll have the guards piling in on us. Only to know what the row's about. Above all things, I don't want any of them to see this chart. Now, if we maintain our present speed, which is around about 15 knots, I should say. What the hell?
Captain's on! Prisoners! Attention! Silence!
You prisoners have found means of passing the time, I observe. May I inquire who is the artist?
The artist, Captain Dow?
This sketch of a beautiful girl. Who is responsible?
I am, sir. Drew it from memory.
I see. It's good. Very good indeed. You should cultivate your artistic skill and take up art professionally. That could be important, now that you're no longer a merchant Navy sailor. At least until the end of the war.
I don't know about that.
We shall see. In the meantime, I wish to address you all concerning deck exercise, amongst other things. You know, I might consider remitting your present punishment if I could have your assurance that no more indiscretions will occur.
Listen here, Captain. I got no grudge against you personal, but I have got some things I'd like to tell you. My dad was killed on Vimy Ridge by your lot in the Great War, and I never even saw him. And another thing, I had some good pals in the Athenia. And one of them had a little girl that won't have her father come home no more. I got a little girl, too. But by God, her dad's going to see her again, and mighty soon if I can fix it.
Yeah, let me tell you something. We're going home, a lot of us. How or when, I don't exactly know, but before very long, we're going to see our wives and kids, too.
And another thing, Captain. By sometime next year at the latest, all of us here will be at sea again. Only it's going to be under the Red Ensign.
Insolent! Wait till I bring my ship and all of you back to the fatherland.
Oh, you got to get us there first.
Silence! Captain!
Yes, what is it?
A message from the bridge, Captain. The first officer wishes to speak to you urgently.
Tell him I'm on my way. As for you, man, all I have to say is you will behave yourselves, otherwise I'll put your ringleaders in solitary confinement. Is that understood? Well, first officer, what have you to report?
It was the chief engineer who wished to speak to you, Herr Kapitän.
Chief engineer? Well, what is it?
It is about the machinery defects, Herr Kapitän. I shall not be able to make a complete survey until the engines are stopped.
I shall be stopping ship at noon tomorrow.
Quite so, Herr Kapitän. But it is already apparent that the damage is more extensive than expected. The crosshead bearings...
How often must I tell you that I'm not interested in technicalities? All I require is the barest facts. Now, what is the position?
An extensive refit is essential. I estimate it will take at least a month to complete it.
A month? Out of the question.
There is a great deal of work to be done, Herr Kapitän.
No doubt. But the first officer will loan you as many deckhands as you need.
It is not deckhands that I require, Herr Kapitän, but experienced artificers.
Kapitän.
What is it now? Oh, it is you, Doctor. Can't you see I'm already engaged?
Yes, Herr Kapitän. But what I have to say will not wait.
Your news can hardly be as serious as the chief engineer's.
No doubt the chief engineer has been speaking of his machinery, Herr Kapitän. I have come to talk to you about men.
About men?
Yes. I have to make an urgent report concerning the condition of one of the British prisoners.
Well?
This man, an Indian, is very seriously ill. I have been obliged to arrange for his transfer from the hold to strict isolation.
So, one of the Britishers is ill and you have isolated him. Why did you interrupt an important consultation merely to tell me this?
I'm sorry, Herr Kapitän, but it was essential that I should make my report personally.
Very well. Now, what are you waiting for? You have said what you had to say? Were you expecting me to inquire anxiously as to the date of this poor fellow's recovery?
No, Herr Kapitän, but I thought you might wish to know my diagnosis.
And what is your diagnosis?
I suspect leprosy.
What did you say?
Leprosy, Herr Kapitän.
My God. First officer, carry on with your watch. Chief engineer, come and see me in half an hour. In the meantime, neither of you is to breathe a word. The doctor's statement to any other member of the ship's company.
Very good, sir, Captain.
Doctor, I think we will continue our discussion in my cabin. Well, Doctor, what can we do about this case?
For the time being, very little.
Is there any way of minimizing the risk of infection?
No. Only by maintaining the strictest isolation.
We must at all costs try to prevent any further cases. The ship is going to reach Hamburg, and when she does so, she must have a clean bill of health.
I shall carry out an early reinspection of the other prisoners. But I need hardly warn you, Captain Dow, of the way things may develop.
King.
Well, yeah, what's the matter, Sparks? I'm trying to sleep.
I'd like you to listen to something.
Listen? What to?
Well, it sounds as though they're having a spot of trouble in the engine room.
Huh? Ever
Ever since we've been aboard this ship, the engine beats have been quite strong and regular. This morning, things are different. Keep your ear cocked and tell me what you think. There. See what I mean? There's a distinct falter every now and again. Hear it?
Yes, I do.
I've been listening for quite a while now, and I think it's getting worse.
Yes, you're right, Sparks. It's the main diesels. No doubt about it at all.
Don't sound too healthy, do they?
They don't. And by heck, there's another thing. Do you realize the ship has turned round completely during the night?
Turned round?
Yes. She's altered course 16 points during the last 24 hours.
Well, how do you know you've not been on deck?
See that gap up there? In the hatch cover?
Aye.
Well, I've been watching the way the sunlight strikes through it and shines on the near bulkhead. Yesterday at this time, when the ship was steering north, the sun was casting a beam that way to port. Now this morning it's shining in exactly the opposite direction.
That's right, so it is. We're going south, then. We're not on our way up Atlantic at all.
No.
In fact, we'll be at the Antarctic if we carry on as we are.
Yes, if we do carry on like this.
What's that you're saying?
What's going on?
The ship's altered course. We're steering south. That's what's going on.
No, we are steering south right enough, lads. But as I was about to explain to Sparks, we may go south for a while and then alter course again. Although, judging by the noise the main engines are making, the ship will have to lie up for a refit for a while.
Oh, she won't be able to put into harbour anywhere in South America.
No, but there's not many machinery jobs that can't be tackled at sea, given reasonable weather.
Well, that's so. But allowing that the ship does carry on, do you reckon Skipper Dow aims to take us west about round Cape Horn into the Pacific?
Could be.
And what kind of patrols does the Navy run in the Pacific?
I haven't an idea. But one thing I am certain about is this. The longer we steam and the more sea we cover, the greater the chance of our being sighted and reported.
I don't give much for our chances.
Only we'll be starved to death first.
Hey, talking of starvation, don't you think it's about time we slipped in a complaint to the medical bloke about our rations?
No, we better do.
Hey, look, we're due for a medical inspection today. Doc seems a reasonable sort of chap. How about appealing to him? And another thing. How long have we got to put up with that bloody row?
It's difficult to say. All that's certain is that they've had to stop the ship, get down to essential repairs, just as we expected.
I dare say, but darn it all, we're half starved. There's precious little water and...
You'll have to work up a stiffer feeling of resistance.
God, hell with that. What I want to know is when's this racket going to pack up?
I don't know any better about that than you do. Dow won't know to hang around more than absolutely necessary. Once we're on the move, the Navy will stand its first real chance of finding us.
But why hasn't something happened already?
Well, for the simple reason we're miles off the normal shipping or convoy routes. We're way down south out of circulation. But that's not going to last forever. Now listen to me.
I was right, this is belly mustard.
I shouldn't be surprised if the dockin's scared of scurvy. Reduced rations and no exercise aren't the best kind of tonic.
Silence!
Line up now, and let me have a look at you.
Okay, Doc. Come on, let's go.
It is very noisy down here. No other complaint, I hope?
Yes, there is.
Well, you have something to say?
Yes, I have got something to say. I think we're going to have trouble here.
Trouble? Well, perhaps you would kindly explain what you mean.
I will. What's the disease you get from rats? Plague, isn't it?
Oh, it is possible, certainly, to contract plague from infected rats, but such a contingency is unlikely.
But not impossible.
I have heard no report of there being rats aboard. Is that all?
Is that all? Plague? For God's sake.
No, it isn't all, Doctor. We've had no water for washing for over 24 hours. We're now on the shortest of rations. We're allowed no exercise, and we see virtually no daylight.
I'm aware of your living conditions, and I will see what I can do about the water supply. As for the rats, if there should be any, I advise you not to encourage them by leaving scraps of food lying about.
What, on our ration?
We will continue now with the medical inspection. Next man, put up your shirt. Now let me see. Breathe in. Well,
hey, King,
go on.
Did you notice how windy the doc looked when Bill mentioned trouble?
Who doesn't look worried at the mention of plague?
No, but the doc looked worried before Bill said anything about plague. I'm certain he thought we were onto something different. Another kind of illness, maybe.
What could be worse than plague?
Well, a good many other things. Nobody has contracted plague yet, and I haven't seen any rats if it comes to that, but the doctor may know of something else that has happened already.
Keep your pecker up. We're all okay, as far as we know.
Yeah, we are. But that Indian bloke they took to the sick bay, what about him?
Good evening, sir. Oh, good evening, Commander. Well, anything new from the war registry?
You might like to check the routine convoy sailing, sir.
Yes, I should.
And there's a signal about the Exeter's refit I think you ought to see. It's on the top of your in tray, sir.
Oh, yes. Looks as if she's coming home after all. The First Lord's very interested in her.
Yes, he is indeed. He's very interested in the Altmark, too.
Oh, I'm not surprised. There's no fresh news about her, I suppose?
No, nothing, sir.
The return of the Altmark to Germany would partly offset the Graf Spee scuttling, and also indicate that our sea blockade could be broken.
Yes, no doubt friend Goebbels could work up a very useful wave of propaganda out of it.
Oh, no doubt at all. Skillfully handled, it would make quite a story. But the question stands, where is the Altmark now? If she's not already on the move, I think she must be somewhere south of the 50 degrees line. There are creeks and channels in the Straits of Magellan that would be useful for hiding up.
Yes. Didn't the Dresden go there during the 14-18 war?
Yes, she did. And the Teutons aren't very original lot. I wouldn't put it past them to try it again.
But if the Altmark is still above water, she can't loaf around indefinitely wherever she is.
Well, I know. Of course, she may have been forced to delay action for some reason. Engine defects, for instance. But if she does decide to make a break through the Atlantic now, it would be a good time of year to try it on.
Because of the thick weather she might expect? Fog over the Newfoundland banks and that sort of thing?
Just that.
Well, one of these days, and whatever happens, she'll be forced to make a run for it.
King, we're underway at last. Can't you hear the diesels?
Yes, I can. They sound okay to me. We're working up. Soon have the revs for 12, 15 knots. And we're steering north. Do you see that, lads? The light on the hatch covers, it's back to normal.
Marvellous, we'll soon be up at this rate.
Crabs. What the devil was that?
Gunfire. Aboard this ship, too. I didn't know the Altmark was armed. Sounded like quite big stuff. Surely we can't be going into action.
Can't we? Let's find out, lads.
We want to know what's happening. This is only practice shooting. Just in case we should meet your Navy on the way home.
Oh, it's homeward bound now, is it? You mean Germany? Are we really on the way at last?
Maybe.
Come on, lads. You're not likely to get any useful information from the guard. At
least we know for certain that we're on the move and steering north. Now look at the chart. See? Now, here's our base at Freetown. There's bound to be a British patrol across this line. And even if we're not sighted there, there's every chance that we'll be spotted if we try to break through the North Atlantic Patrol. So it's only a matter of days before we're rescued.
As I should say.
Now, take it easy.
Well, why should we?
Well, there are a good many uncertainties, you know.
Oh, to hell with that, you old wet blanket.
I wonder if Skipper Dow is as confident of getting home as you are of being rescued. Take a good look at the chart, first officer. One of the major threats lies in the bottleneck between Sierra Leone, West Africa, and the east coast of Brazil. Later will come repeated crossings of the North Atlantic convoy routes, and finally, a serious challenge from the patrols off Reykjavik.
You intend to proceed north and then strike east through the channel between Iceland and the Faroes?
Yes. And after following the coast of Norway southwards, we will cross the entrance to the Skagerrak and so to the Elbe.
That's not going to be easy, Herr Kapitän.
The alternatives are not attractive. Skulking in unfrequented corners of the ocean until they are starved out into the open, or scuttling.
The winter weather and mystic conditions will assist us, of course.
The weather is going to be our best friend. We must make full use of it. Our disguise and assumed neutrality, we are now the Cherokee of New York, remember, are our major assets. In addition, we shall take other precautions. From now on, nothing is to be thrown overboard that will not sink immediately. Blackout measures are to be strictly observed. That will be your responsibility, First Officer.
Yes, Sir Captain.
Every deck light is to be extinguished, and canvas screens rigged at the upper deck doors and hatchways. No smoking on the deck after sunset. And you, Chief Engineer?
Yes, Sir Captain.
No sparks or smoke in the funnel, please. Bilges will not be pumped overboard except at night.
Oil on the water surface is too easily observed from the air.
Do you expect the enemy will make an air search for us?
We must be prepared for everything. Surface vessels, observer planes from aircraft carriers, even submarines.
You really think that the British would employ such valuable units to search for us?
I am convinced that every possible effort will be made to prevent the Altmark from reaching Germany. OKM have already said as much. British naval prestige is at stake. Then again, there are the prisoners. If these men could be taken to Germany, what a symbol of German power at sea it would be. They could be marched along the streets of every major city in the Reich.
Yes, Herr Kapitän.
But that's for the future. I am now going to address the ship's company to tell them something of what lies before them, and everything of my determination to win through.
This is the captain speaking. The time has come for us to sail for home, but there is no cause for exultation. None at all. The operation will be difficult and dangerous. The enemy will do everything in his power to intercept us. Every hour the danger will grow. Although the weather and the long hours of darkness may favor our chances, we must keep watch, constant watch. 12 additional lookouts will be posted night and day. Fortune may be on our side, but remember, fortune favors those who proceed with a brave heart and an indomitable will.
So far, so good. We have passed the first critical bottleneck, and 2 weeks steaming nearer our objective. There has been no sign of the enemy yet. The low visibility is in our favor.
We should be off Island before very long, Herr Kapitän. That will be the real testing time.
Yes. The westbound convoy route lie across our present course. From now on, there must be even greater vigilance.
Bridge, first officer speaking. Yes? On the starboard quarter. Very good. The masthead lookout reports a flashing cross-beam of light on the starboard quarter, sir. He thinks it might come from a signal lamp.
Signaling to us?
No, to another ship.
2 ships, eh? They could be part of a convoy.
Smoke on the starboard bow, sir.
Helmsman.
Sir.
Port 15.
Port 15, sir.
Midships.
Midship, sir.
If we continue on this course, we shall make a landfall off Island before long, Herr Kapitän.
I know. Are being edged inshore.
Ship right ahead, sir.
They seem to be all around us, Herr Kapitän.
That new ship appears to be steaming east. She may be a British warship of the Denmark Strait Patrol.
If we hold our present course, Herr Kapitän, she is bound to sight us.
We will turn so as to show our full silhouette. Port 15.
Port 15, sir.
Steer 225 degrees.
225 degrees, sir.
I don't like this, First Officer. We're being headed in the wrong direction.
Yes, sir, but the visibility is getting worse.
That is one consolation. In a few minutes, we shall be screened completely by this fog badge. It will provide a respite for the moment at any rate.
Periscope on the port beam, sir.
What?
Yes, by God, sir. There it is. A submarine.
Guns, crews! Man the port guns!
Number 1 gun, load. Number 2 gun, load.
She's surfacing.
Yes, sir. Shall we engage?
No. Wait till we see her conning tower properly.
Now, sir?
No, by heaven. She's a U-boat. Guns, crews, hold fire. Look, First Officer. Those men on the conning tower. They're Germans. That gun's a naval 11 centimeter.
Yes, you're right, sir. But they're manning the gun. They must take us for a British ship or a neutral, perhaps. There is an officer with them now.
Lacy! Ahoy! Stop your engine!
Wheelhouse.
Wheelhouse, sir.
Engine telegraph to stop.
Telegraph to stop, sir.
U-boat ahoy! We have a German tanker Altmark bound for Hamburg.
I can see who you are now. You have disguised your ship very effectively, Captain.
We would like to think so. But we have just had to turn south as we have sighted a British convoy under escort to the eastward.
So, that is interesting. We have seen nothing for 3 days. But keep your ship's head as it is. You will then act as a screen for us if the mist should lift suddenly. What is the size of the convoy? And what does the escort force consist of?
I do not know. But we have sighted a number of ships.
I see. Well, we will take a look for ourselves. If you proceed as you are heading, you will run into even thicker weather. Then it should be possible to work round to the east. Good luck!
Good luck to you! Wheelhouse, full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead, sir.
Destroyer on the starboard beam, sir.
Handsman, 415.
415, sir.
Sir?
Yes, what is it?
I can see something on the port bow, sir.
Yes?
A single ship. Not one of the convoy. It looks as if she's on the turn.
Take a bearing, number one.
Aye, aye, sir. She's on red 80, sir.
Yes, you're right. She's too far off to see what flag she's wearing. She looks like a freighter. About 10,000 tons.
Couldn't be a tanker, I suppose. 12,000 tons.
Tanker? 12,000? Oh, I see. You mean the Altmark?
Yes, sir.
I can't tell in this light, but she's swung beam on now. No, she doesn't look like a tanker from her silhouette. Well, we might steam towards her and take a closer look. Now make a signal to the Commodore ship, number one. Report an unidentified ship on our port hand and say that I intend to investigate.
Aye, aye, sir.
The wheelhouse?
You have, sir.
Port 10, 200 revolutions.
Port 10, 200 revolutions, sir. 10 degrees port helm on, sir.
Midship.
Midship, sir.
Steady on 150 degrees. Bridge, Captain speaking.
Aztec operator. Underwater contact, sir. Strong and clear right ahead.
Splendid. Go for a merchantman number one and pick up a U-boat instead. Full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead, sir.
Target moving to starboard, sir.
Hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard, sir.
Aztec signal very loud, sir.
First Lieutenant, fire first depth charge pattern.
Captain, sir.
Captain speaking.
We've lost contact, sir.
Very good. Report that to the Commodore ship, number one.
Aye, aye, sir.
Well, I think we can chalk this up as a definite kill.
I think so too, sir. In the meantime, we seem to have lost sight of that unknown ship.
Visibility's coming down every minute. We'll have to close the convoy and resume zigzag.
What did you make of those detonations we heard just now?
Depth charge, I should say, Herr Kapitän. But some way off.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Anyway, it looks as if we've eluded that destroyer and the rest of the convoy.
So it would seem.
Then we should be able to resume our former course before long?
If our luck holds, yes. I hope that U-boat commander will have been as fortunate as we.
Coxswain.
Huh? When the ratings of Cossack arrive, pull them in on the jetty abreast the gangway and then send them inboard. I want to see them.
Aye, sir. Ratings transferred from Port Edgar, sir. Present and correct.
Very good, Coxswain. I see we've won a couple of petty officers.
Yes, sir. Morley and Wilson.
You're Morley?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any small ship experience?
Oh, 2 years in the active, sir.
In the Mediterranean?
Yes, sir. Second flotilla.
Oh, that's good. But I'm afraid you'll find it a bit cooler with us. The Cossack is on the North Sea Patrol, you know.
I know that, sir.
And you're Petty Officer Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Well, I must say I'm very glad to see you both, if only because we're short-handed here. The coxswain will tell you your watches and action stations. I'm sure you'll settle down all right.
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. Carry on, coxswain.
Aye, sir.
The summer cruise we've tumbled onto in the Cossack.
North Sea Patrol. I know what that means. To think I had to stand up a week's leave so as to take a trip to the Ruddy Dogger Bank. Yeah, coxswain. Was that the first lieutenant spoke to us when we came aboard?
That's right. Lieutenant Commander Turner.
What's the name of the skipper of this outfit?
Captain Vine, a four-ringer. You're in a flotilla leader now, you know, my lad.
How are the new men settling in, number one?
Very well indeed, sir. They seem a good crowd, and I'm mighty glad to see them.
Came from Port Edgar, didn't they?
Yes, sir. They had a bit of a pierhead jump, I'm afraid, but that didn't worry them. The only thing that does seem to have gone down rather badly is the thought of being routed out of their own ship only to go to sea with us on a normal patrol.
I see. Perhaps they'll find it'll work out to be more exciting than they expect.
Sir?
This is the captain speaking.
Yes, sir, Captain?
Tell the first officer to report to me on the bridge, immediately.
Very good, Captain.
You sent for me, Herr Kapitän?
I did. As you see, we have sighted land.
Yes, sir. Norway?
Yes, my friend, Norway. And my latest observation shows that we are already within territorial waters.
Then we are safe, at last.
We should be. We still have some distance to cover before we reach the Elbe, but as far as running the British sea blockade is concerned, our journey is successfully at an end.
Oh, congratulations, Herr Kapitän. But the Norwegians, the moment they sight us, they'll almost certainly report our position.
What does that matter now? By the time the news seeps through to the British, we shall be safely in dock at Hamburg, and the name of this ship and every man aboard her will be ringing round the world. But there are other matters to attend to. I am going to stop ship now, and we will strip off our disguise. Call both watches, first officer, and set about it immediately.
Yes, sir.
What's going on up top, do you think, King?
I don't know. They've stopped ship at any rate.
There seems to be plenty of activity anyway. Perhaps we're in harbour somewhere. Germany or something.
That's right. Look on the bright side.
Almost anything would be better than being cooped up in here.
Hey, I got an idea. George, give me a hand with this bucket of slops. I'm going up top.
Yeah, what's the big idea?
We're going to have a deco, that's all.
Hi there! Open up!
Silence!
Oh, let me come up, for God's sake.
No prisoners allowed on deck. Captain's orders.
Yes, I know, but we must have a wash once in a while. Unless I can empty these slops, we'll have nothing to use.
Captain's orders!
Now, look here. We'll all be in Germany before very long. And if we go ashore in a filthy state, some neutral will report on our appearance, and then what happens? You'll all be for it. Every man jack of you. Ever heard of the Geneva Convention?
If the captain was to know about this...
Know what? He'll never know. Now, come on, be a sport. It'll only take a minute.
Well, be quick, then.
That's it. Stop me off the moat, mate. I did it!
And I got the whole story, lads. The ship has stopped all right, and we're lying off a strip of rocky coast.
Good Lord, you don't mean Germany?
Germany, hell. It's Norway.
Are you sure, Bill?
Positive. The ship I was serving in last year steamed all the way down the Norwegian coast, and I'll eat my hat if that isn't Halton Lighthouse on the beam. Besides, Norwegian air smells good, better than any other in the world.
Well, they wouldn't have to try too hard to be better than this lot down here.
Well, first officer, How's the work proceeding?
It is finished, Herr Kapitän. Dummy funnels, deck houses, superstructure, the last traces of our disguise all have been removed.
And the ship's name and port of registration?
The painters have altered them.
Good. So once again we are the Altmark of Hamburg. What about my signal?
Oh, your request for a pilot, sir. The shore station has acknowledged the message, but there has been no reply.
Motorboard ahoy! On ahead!
That motorboat appears to have at least 2 passengers.
Good. They might be the pilots. Lower gangway and bring them through the bridge as soon as they come on board.
Good day to you, Captain. I am commander of the Norwegian Navy.
Yes, but I don't understand. Where are the pilots? All I wish is that my ship should proceed safely to Stavanger. What do you want with me?
For one thing, I require full details of your ship.
But I'm in a hurry to Hamburg, Commander.
That may be so, but I have my orders. If you will kindly take me over your ship, I will complete my report as quickly as I can.
Very well. This way, then, please.
You have no guns, Captain?
The Altmark is a tanker, not a warship.
Of course. And you carry no prisoners?
Certainly not. I cannot understand why this investigation is necessary. Surely I have every right to sail in Norwegian waters.
Of course. If you have nothing to conceal.
Look, lads. There's a gap in the hatch cover here. They can't have closed it probably when Bill came down.
See anything?
Nothing very much.
What about the coastline?
I can't see that at all. But there is some movement on the upper deck. Yes, it's Skipper Dow and one or two of the others. Yes, it's a naval officer. A Norwegian by the look of him.
What's he up to?
Talking to the bloody skipper. Blasted, he's turned the other way. Hey, come let us out. Come back here, let us out. Damn, he's out of sight.
But not out of hearing, perhaps. Okay, lads, what are we waiting for? Give it all you've got. Keep it up! Keep it up!
Come on, lads. The guards wouldn't dare open fire, not with a Norwegian on board.
You're satisfied with your inspection, Commander?
Yes, I can find nothing to object to. I must apologize for taking up so much of your time.
Not at all. Now that I have the pilots aboard, I shall get underway with the least possible delay.
In that case, I'll leave you to it. Farewell, Captain Dale.
Just a moment, Commander. I'll tell my first officer to call your boat alongside.
Thank you.
First officer?
Captain?
The commander is ready to go ashore.
The prisoners. If the Norwegian hears them, there'll be the devil to pay. Start up every winch immediately to drown the noise.
Yes, sir.
Then call his boat alongside. I'll keep him here meanwhile.
I understand, sir.
At once, do you understand?
Very good, Herr Kapitän.
Your ship's company appears to be in high spirits, Captain.
Yes.
The prospect of a safe return to port, no doubt.
No doubt. Your boat will be at the gangway in a few minutes, Commander. Perhaps you will permit me to offer you a glass of...
No, nothing for me, thank you.
Then if you allow me to...
Your engines, Captain. You're losing no time, are you?
I intend to get underway very shortly. But that machinery you hear is merely the deck winches.
The winches?
But we find it necessary to warm them through daily. That is while we're in cold climates such as yours.
Yes, I understand. Look, Captain, if you've no objection, I'll be getting along.
Everything quiet again, First Officer?
Yes, Herr Kapitän. The demonstration is over.
Good. Fortunately, the commander left without suspecting anything. What about the two pilots?
Oh, they heard nothing, I'm sure of that. They were both in the chart house when the noise started. I left them there insisting that they could not take the ship past Bergen.
But past Bergen? Why not?
It is already late and they refuse to navigate during hours of darkness. They say that Bergen is a fortified naval base and they cannot give us permission.
Cannot give us permission? I shall go ahead, whatever their objections. You can inform them accordingly. No, better still. I'll tell them myself. Ask them to step out on the bridge at once. Well, gentlemen, I want you to know that I'm getting underway immediately and that I intend to proceed on southerly course during the night.
I regret that is impossible, Herr Kapitän.
Impossible? Why? I shall accept full responsibility for my ship.
That is not altogether the point. There are hundreds of small fishing vessels in these waters. If you carried on after dark, you would almost certainly run down some of them.
A few hours of daylight remains. I would give these vessels the widest berth.
Nevertheless, you will be well advised to anchor here for the night.
That's out of the question. I have no option but to proceed. First officer.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Weigh anchor. You're sailing south. See those lights, First Officer? We are off the entrance to Sognefjord. Within a matter of hours, we shall be passing the Skagerrak, and from there we can proceed at full power without interruptions. Think of it. We've run the gauntlet and beaten the blockade.
Bridge, first officer speaking. Yes? Which bow? Starboard. Very good. The masthead lookout, sir. He reports the lights of a small vessel on the starboard bow.
Fishing boat?
He says she has the lines of a warship.
Signal them to starboard, sir.
Yes. There she is. Flashing us. She's ordering us to stop, sir. But they are sending an officer to board.
Is there to be no end to these obstructions? Stop the engines, First Officer. I must protest. This interference on the part of the Norwegian authorities may have the most disastrous consequences for my ship.
I'm sorry, Captain. My orders were to board your ship. My admiral is waiting in the destroyer for my report. No ship of any nationality is allowed to pass the fortified naval area of Bergen without prior inspection.
I cannot allow my ship to be searched. The Altmark is sailing under the flag of the German Reich.
But, Captain...
If you're concerned about armament, I can give you my assurance that the ship is unarmed. The Altmark is not a vessel of war.
I regret I am unable to accept your assurance, Captain. And since you refuse me permission to search your ship, you must leave this area immediately.
Very well. I agree to that. At least I shall have the service of your pilots.
The pilots will leave the ship with me, Captain.
Operational plot? Yes? Yes, speaking. What's that? Oh, very good. Thank you. You can blow the dust off the Altmark flag, Commander.
We've got some information about her at last, sir?
Just that. Nothing definite, but it's more than a rumor. From Norway this time. You'd better pin her on the plot about 10 miles north of Bergen.
Right.
Now, let's have a check on things. Who have we got on the North Sea Patrol?
The 4th Flotilla, sir, with Captain Vine in the Cossack. Right now, he should be just about here, 200 miles from the point.
Captain Vine, sir.
Yes, signalman?
Message from the cipher office, sir.
Thank you. Well, here's something, pilot.
Well?
German tanker Altmark sighted in vicinity of Bergen at 0600 today, steaming south. Find, edge her into open sea, board, and release prisoners.
That sounds definite enough, sir.
It does. Let's have a look at the chart.
Well, that was our observed position at noon, sir.
So we're still some distance from the Norwegian coast.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me see. The Altmark's position at 0600 was about here. Now, she ought to be able to maintain 10 knots, perhaps more in sheltered waters, and if the weather's clear, she could now be somewhere about there.
Yes, sir.
Number one. We'll intercept the Altmark. It means altering course and increasing speed. Make a signal to the flotilla to follow me.
Aye, sir.
Starboard 10.
Starboard 10, sir.
Full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead, sir.
We should be receiving a more accurate position of the Altmark before long. Coastal Command will have been alerted by now. We can expect a report from their aircraft.
That looks like her.
It does. She's a tanker, all right.
And about the right size, too. Painted black, one funnel. Yes, she seems to check up on everything the briefing officer said.
Well, let's go down and take a closer look.
We'll do that. Got your camera ready?
Yes.
Yes, Yes, it's the Altmark, all right. I'll take the Hudson across her bows, and you'll be able to read the name for yourself. Keep an eye lifted at the same time to see if they're manning any anti-aircraft guns.
Right.
There you are. See? No doubt about it.
No, none at all. A-L-T-M-A-R-K of Hamburg.
Send out the enemy sighted.
Yes.
And make it in plain language.
Oh, will that be okay? Making it straight and not coded, I mean.
We can't afford the time. The ship would be away off and tied up in Germany if we don't get a move on. Go ahead, make K for King, calling all naval units.
K for King, calling all naval units.
Altmark sighted in position 59 degrees north, 5 degrees east, steering south.
Bridge. Captain Vine speaking.
Wireless officer. I've a priority message just received from a coastal command aircraft.
Very good. Read it out.
Begins. Altmark sighted in position 59 degrees north, 5 degrees east, steering south. Ends. The time of origin was 1300, sir.
Very good. Plot that position, pilot.
Sir?
59 north, 5 east. That's not very much further now.
No, sir.
Ship on the starboard bow, sir.
Yes, I can see her.
She's a tanker, sir.
Yes, I think so, too. Single funnels, stepped well out, stump masts. Signalman?
Sir?
Make to the flotilla. Ship sighted, bearing 80 degrees. Suspect Altmark. I'm altering course towards.
Aye, aye.
First Lieutenant.
Sir?
I'm going to close the tanker, and if she turns out to be the Altmark, I may require an armed boarding party. You'll be in charge. Detail all the men you require and have them standing by.
Aye, sir.
If it does come to actual boarding, you must be prepared for active resistance. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now then, what time is it?
Nearly 1500, sir.
As late as that. It'll be getting dark before long.
There's a ship on the starboard bow, Herr Kapitän, bearing south-southwest.
Yes, right.
Ship on the starboard beam, sir.
British warships, First Officer. 3 at least.
Yes, and they have sighted us. They have altered course towards us. The leading ship is signaling, Herr Kapitän. Alter course. Steer west. They want us to move into the open sea.
Ignore the signal. Maintain our present course. The British would not dare to intercept us here.
They might resort to force.
Then we will prepare to answer violence in our own way. We are equipped to deal with such an emergency. The field's orders are clear.
You mean?
Yes, exactly. Send Lieutenant Schmidt to me. The explosive charges and the magazine, and he will retire in field.
There's a hell of a lot of activity on today, King. This is the second party of German team that's gone through a hold in the past few minutes.
Now, they're carrying electrical gadgets, cables and things. What's going on, I wonder? Any ideas? Yes, I think I have. Captain Lansdorff of the Graf Spee arranged that his ship shouldn't fall into enemy hands. I reckon Dow's working along the same lines.
Right, you mean they're laying scuttling charges?
Just that. They got the wind up properly.
Doesn't look as if they're so ruddy confident of reaching a German port after all. Here, let's ask them. Hey! Hey, what do you types think you're up to?
Out of my way.
Ah, they're not so fast. You've been in the lower road fixing explosive charges, haven't you?
What if we have?
I reckon you've been placing scuttling charges.
I do not deny it. We're taking precautions against possible attack by your navy. This ship is unarmed and has no means of resistance.
Unarmed? Don't give us that. We've heard the practice ship.
Okay, lay off, lads. Let me ask him something. Now then, you. Has anyone worked out what happens to all of us down here in the hold if you blow the bottom out of the ship?
You will stand as good a chance of escape as any of us.
And how does that happen?
The hatches will be opened before the charges are detonated.
Very well. I'll have to accept the situation, I suppose. But can you tell us what the likelihood is of having to scuttle a ship?
I cannot say.
But we have been intercepted by half a flotilla of British destroyers who demand that we should move out of territorial waters. A Norwegian warship which has been following us down the coast is standing by.
The British destroyers are still pressing forward. I know. There is always the chance they may edge us into open waters. How close inshore are we?
We were half a mile from the coast by the last course bearing, sir.
I can see an opening amongst the cliffs on the port beam. We will shelter in the fjord. Wheelhouse, our report.
Our report, sir.
Ice ahead!
There's a thick ice floe across the entrance to the bay, sir.
I can't help that. We're going in.
Very good, sir.
Midships.
Midships, sir.
Why, this is Yissing Fjord, Herr Kapitän. I know it. I've been inside here before, but never with the ice so thick.
Starboard 10.
Starboard 10, sir.
Keep her head up, sir. There's a reef on the starboard hand.
Midships, stop engines.
Midships, sir. Stop engines.
We will lie here in the ice, Paulson. The English cannot touch us now.
But, Herr Kapitän, we are in Norwegian territorial waters, and we are violating international law by carrying prisoners.
That's something they will never know. To all outward appearances, we are an unarmed tanker on lawful business. We have been wantonly threatened in neutral waters and have taken refuge.
Bridge speaking. Yes, Captain Barnes here. Right, I'll tell him. The wireless office has just received an Admiralty message. It's on its way up, sir.
Very good. Sir Lieutenant. Sir? Tell the bosun's mate to pipe the cable party to fall in on the forecastle. We are anchoring here for the time being.
Aye, aye, sir.
Time's getting on, number one. Call away the whaler. I'm going over to talk to that Norwegian ship before we lose daylight.
Captain, sir. Message from the wireless office.
Information received. Altmark armed to 6-inch guns. Well, we'll have to see about that.
A boat has just left the Norwegian ship, sir. She's coming this way.
Yes, so she is. I'll go down and hear what these gentlemen have got to tell us.
Captain, I have come on board to state that you are violating Norway's neutrality and to request formally that you will withdraw outside the 3-mile limit.
We have reason to believe that the German armed tanker Altmark, now sheltering in Yissing Fjord, is carrying a large number of British prisoners. If this is true, she is violating your neutrality. I wish to know whether these prisoners are on board her or not.
The tanker has been searched, and I am assured that the ship is unarmed and that our papers are in order. Further, I have been instructed to resist your entry of Yissing Fjord.
Is that all you have to say?
That is all, sir, except to ask for a guarantee that you will withdraw.
I'm afraid I can give you no such guarantee.
There goes the Norwegian. He doesn't look too pleased with life either. What do you think, number one?
He certainly doesn't. If he told the skipper to shove off, I can imagine what kind of an answer he got.
The snag is the Jerrys may have hoodwinked the Norwegians into thinking that there are no prisoners on board the tanker.
I know. Hello. See what's going on over there? Looks as if they mean business.
What's that, Turner?
The Norwegian ship, sir. They're preparing an upper-deck torpedo tube for firing. You don't think they'll try to put one into us, do you, sir?
I wouldn't know. Number one, I'm sending another signal to the Admiralty to explain the situation and to report on my conversation with the Norwegian officer. It's to be transmitted immediately and in cipher.
Aye, aye, sir.
In the meantime, the situation here is getting rather delicate. I intend to draw off and await further instructions.
Have you read Cossack's latest signal from Norway, Commander?
Yes, sir.
I think you ought to see this other message, then.
Huh?
Exactly.
This reads like the First Lord's work.
All right, you are. He wrote it himself immediately after he'd spoken to the Foreign Secretary. It's being transmitted now. Unless Norwegian torpedo boat undertakes to convoy Altmark
The Bergen, with a joint Anglo-Norwegian guard on board and a joint escort,
You should board Altmark, liberate the prisoners, and take possession of the ship, pending further instructions.
If Norwegian torpedo boat interferes, you should warn her to stand off. If she fires upon you, you should not reply unless attack is serious, in which case you should defend yourself, using no more force than is necessary, and ceasing fire when she desists. Pilot?
Sir?
How long will it take to return to Yossing Fjord?
About 20 minutes, sir.
First Lieutenant.
Sir?
Warn the engine room that we shall be getting underway almost immediately. Hands will go to action stations as soon as we sight the fjord entrance.
Aye, sir.
And about the boarding party.
Yes, sir?
I don't think there's very much doubt that you'll be required this time. We're going in.
Do you hear there? Do you hear there? Boarding party, fall in on the forecastle. Boarding party, fall in on the forecastle.
Now, I've got you men together because I want you to know that we have a definite job ahead of us. As you would have seen, the Altmark is sheltering in Yossing Fjord, and we're going in after her. What you may not know is that we think there are a considerable number of British merchant seamen on board her. Prisoners, as many as 300, maybe more. And if we can only get to them, they're coming back with us. The Altmark is in the ice, bows inshore. We shall probably come up alongside her, starboard side too. Fenders will be placed, the berthing rails will be lowered, and our first objective, once we're on board, will be the well deck. When we're there, we'll divide into 4 groups, one each for the forecastle, bridge, midships, and afterpart. I can't tell you what resistance to expect, but we will not open fire unless the ship's people themselves start any shooting. Anyhow, that's the job, and if it leads to the release of those prisoners, it's going to be very well worthwhile. Now, are there any questions? Yes, Petty Officer Wilson?
You said you wanted a seaman torpedoman and some engine room hands in the party, sir.
I did. The ST's job, as soon as we get on board the tanker, is to locate the ship's switchboard room and to prevent them cutting off the electrical supply. It's pitch dark already, and if it comes to a scrap, we must have lights. Oh, and another thing, at all costs, we must stop any attempts at scuttling and sabotage. That's when the engine room hands come in. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Very well. We'll disperse now and you'll collect your arms. You'll probably be required again in about half an hour.
Yes.
Herr Kapitän.
Yes. Yes, what is it?
You told me to call you.
Yes, I know I did, First Officer. What is the situation now?
Everything is quiet in the fjord, sir. There's no sign of the British destroyers. They withdrew before sunset, and nothing has been seen of them since.
That's good. And the Norwegian warship?
She is still lying at the fjord entrance.
Excellent. Well, safe so long as she remains there. I've not closed my eyes for 36 hours. I'm going to lie down now. See that I'm called 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, Herr Kapitän.
Set anchor watch throughout the night. The holding ground is not good in these fjords. And tell the chief engineer to keep the engines at immediate notice.
Very well, sir. And if the British come?
British will not come. They wouldn't dare.
All cables from Yossing Fjord, sir.
Very good. I don't see the Norwegian torpedo boat, pilot. We'll have to pick her up with the searchlight. Switch on.
There she is, sir. At the entrance.
Take a bearing of her, McLean.
Aye, aye, sir.
Searchlight control, switch off. Wheelhouse?
Wheelhouse, sir.
Stop both.
Stop both, sir.
What happens now, sir?
I shall hail the Norwegian, and if they agree, we go into the fjord together and escort the Altmark to Bergen.
And if the Norwegians refuse to come with us?
We carry on alone and board the German. Slow stern both.
Slow astern both, sir.
Stop.
Stop, sir.
Hand me the megaphone, signalman.
Torpedo boat, ahoy!
Hey there! You must leave Norwegian territorial waters.
My orders are to ask you to join us and jointly take the Altmark to Bergen for inspection. Come on in with me now.
There is too much packed ice. It would be a great risk.
Follow me. I will break a way through for you.
Oh, no reply. Half ahead, both.
Half ahead, both, sir.
Searchlight control. Train straight ahead.
Aye, aye, sir.
Switch on. That's better. First Lieutenant, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Tell your party to stand by. We're boarding.
Captain.
What is it? Why you rang the alarm?
There's some activity at the entrance to the fjord, Herr Kapitän.
The entrance to the fjord? Here, let me have your night glasses. I see nothing. Nothing but a dark vessel burning a bright light.
I know, sir, but what is she?
A Norwegian warship patrolling the coast, probably. There was no need to disturb me for this. I shall return to my cabin.
Ship entering the fjord, sir!
Oh, switch on the searchlight. Well, what do you make of her?
It's difficult to say at this range, and there's a reflection of our searchlight off the ice.
She must be Norwegian, or that torpedo boat would have stopped her. Send a signal with a bridge lamp. Ask her who she is.
Yes, Herr Kapitän.
Quartermaster.
Herr Kapitän.
Keep the searchlight trained to the tip.
Very good, Herr Kapitän.
Well?
No reply, sir.
Repeat the signal. Now, why are you waiting?
One moment, Herr Kapitän. She's signaling now.
Drop?
Ladder.
Some damned Norwegian wanting to come on board, but why, I don't understand. Repeat my signal, asking her name.
She's getting very close, sir. Can you make her shape yet?
Not with a damned searchlight of hers in my eyes.
She's signaling again.
What is it this time?
Drop, starboard, anchor. Herr Kapitän, should we...
No, wait. My God, it's the British. Slip the cable! Here, tell the engine room to stand by. Keep that searchlight trained on her. Yes, it's a British destroyer.
But she can't do anything to us here. The Norwegians would intervene. And if she opens fire, it would be a flagrant act of war.
Very possible, but we can't wait to find out. We must fend for ourselves. Wheelhouse?
Wheelhouse, sir.
Full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead, sir.
But, Herr Kapitän, the destroyer, she's dead ahead of us.
I know. We're going to ram her.
Ram her, sir? But what about the prisoners? If we found her, they'll be trapped like rats.
We won't find her. We have the advantage to wait. I mean to drive the British onto the rocks. Tonight, First Officer, we'll make history.
Captain Ryan, sir.
Yes, pilot, what is it?
The old mark is underway, sir. She slipped her fore cable and her engines are moving. She's swinging, sir. I think she's preparing to ram us.
Hard to starboard.
Hard to starboard, sir.
She struck the reef, sir. She's gone aground.
Good. We'll go alongside her now, then. Midships?
Midships, sir.
Half a stern boat.
Half a stern boat, sir.
Out fenders, down berthing rails. Ready to jump for it, boarding party.
Stop both.
Stop both, sir.
Boarding party, stand by. Now, jump.
Take cover under the bullets, men.
Lieutenant, sir? It's unnaturally quiet. The deck lighting is switched on fully. They may be hidden and waiting for us to come out into the open before they open fire.
Could be, sir.
Looks to me as if there's some kind of armament on the wings of the bridge. Pom-poms, perhaps. And judging by those screens off, there may be a machine gun emplacement on the poop.
Yes, sir.
Take one of the petty officers and the men detailed for the after part and mop up the stern of the ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
I shall take the forebridge party and we'll tackle the superstructure and the compass platform.
Yes, sir.
Very well, jump to it.
Aye, aye, sir.
And join me on the bridge as soon as you can. I may want you for interpreter's duties, amongst other things.
Aye, aye.
And carry on the forecastle and midship parties.
Aye, sir.
Petty Officer Wilson, sir. We are going to concentrate on the bridge. I think the only really organized resistance is likely to come from there, but we shall have to keep our eyes skinned for armed men lurking behind any bit of cover. Thank the good Lord he's still got the deck lighting. All men ready?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Follow me.
now, Wilson!
All right! Now! Gone on that one. Hello, what are you little lot doing here?
Camarade!
Get your hands up, then.
Yes, but I must speak.
Back it up, keep your hands above your head, go on.
But there's something you ought to know.
Hello, Wilson, what's going on?
Oh, this chap here, sir, says he got something to tell us.
Oh, has he? Have him rounded up with the others and...
Can I be taken off the ship?
Taken off? Why the hell?
Some of the crew have escaped ashore. Others have jumped down onto the ice, but I am wounded.
Yes?
It is dangerous to stay on board the Altmark.
Dangerous? You bet it is. Ah, you mean it's dangerous because of something your people have done to her?
Yes, sir, Captain.
By God, I got it, Wilson. Scuttling charges.
Yes, sir, Captain. And they're set on a time fuse.
When for?
For midnight.
The devil they are. What about the prisoners? How many are there aboard?
I think there are 300.
Wilson?
Yes, sir?
Nip back to the Cossack. Tell the captain what we've heard from this man and report that most of the organised resistance has stopped. And also that I'm on my way to the upper bridge.
It's about time we had a report from the boarding party pilot.
Yes, sir. There's Petty Officer Wilson coming over now, sir.
Ah, yes, here he is. Well, Wilson?
Oh, just left the first lieutenant, sir. He's almost certain there are a large number of prisoners aboard.
How many?
About 300, sir. Something else, too. One of the Germans says scuttling charges have been set.
I might have expected that.
Time to go up at midnight, sir.
The devil they are.
Yeah, the first lieutenant told me to say that most of the organised resistance has stopped, sir, and he was on his way up to the upper bridge.
All right, men. This is the compass platform. Spread out. Hello. It looks as if most of the ship's officers here. Well, which of you is the captain? Speak up.
I must protest...
Are you the captain?
Yes. My name is Dow. I'm the captain of this ship, but I must protest. It is outrageous.
We'll see about that later on. But the only thing I'm interested in at this moment is, where are the prisoners?
Well, they are all down below in the hold.
So that's what you've done with them. What is it, Sub?
Everything's under control, officer.
Good work. Then you can come along with me. You, Captain, lead the way to the hold.
Very well.
Yeah, what do you make of it, King?
Things seem to have quietened down up top.
Ah, but it sounded like hell let loose while it lasted.
Do you think the Jerrys have been having a spot of bother with the Norwegians?
Could be.
Perhaps they're already at war. I wouldn't put it past Hitler to smack down on them without warning.
Somebody's on the move again. Hello. Sounds like they're going to open the hatch.
Perhaps the Jerrys have lost the strap and are up against it. They said they'd come down and release us if the scuttling charges were to be fired, remember?
Yes, so they did.
Hello, below. Are there any Britishers down there?
Yes!
All British! Well, come on up. The Navies here.
Boarding party and liberated prisoners embark in Cossack at once. Boarding party and liberated prisoners embark at once.
Naval warship releases British prisoners. Eyre!
Give me a paper, please.
Oh, it's you again, sir.
Yes. What's it this time?
It's the Altmark story, sir.
The Altmark?
Yes, don't you remember, just before Christmas, you said we'd probably be hearing about her, sir?
Yes, I believe I did.
You did, sir, and you'll find the report on the back page, sir. Stop press.
Ah, yes. Here we are. Captain Vian of the Cossack rescued 290 British Merchant Navy prisoners when the German tanker Altmark was boarded in Yersing Fjord. All are in good health?
Except one of them, an Indian, TB case, sir. They thought he'd got leprosy.
Really? Anyhow, they're safely landed by now.
Yes, sir. At Leith in Scotland. It makes good reading, don't it, sir?
It certainly does. What a wonderful story. To think of all those prisoners set free in the nick of time.
I know, sir. It certainly brought it home to me, I can tell you. You see, I got a son in the Merchant Navy.
Oh, have you indeed?
Yes, sir. Of course, the missus and me haven't seen much of the lad since the war started. Not heard from him for months.
Oh, he's at sea, then?
Well, not exactly, sir. We've just had a line saying he's due for a spot of leave, and they'd be popping in on us at any moment now.
Oh, that's fine. Which ship's he serving in? Oh, well, I shouldn't ask you, should I? Security and all that.
Oh, don't matter, sir. He hasn't got a ship right now. His last was sunk in the Atlantic.
Oh, bad luck. I'm glad he's safe, though.
Yes, sir, that's the funny part of it. You see, he was one of them chaps the Navy brought home in the Cossack.
The Navies here by Kenneth Langmaid was based on the novel by Willie Frischauer and Robert Jackson. This was the cast. News vendor George Merritt, customer Philip Cunningham. Altmarks officers, Chief Engineer Carl During, Captain Dow George Pravda, First Officer Paul Hansard, Ship's Doctor Rudolf Offenbach. Altmarks prisoners, Mr. King, George Hagan, Sparks Keith Williams. Other prisoners, Kenneth Dyte and Tom Watson. Operations Division Admiralty, Captain David Bird, Commander Michael Turner. U-boat Commander John G. Heller. British Escort Destroyer, Captain Keith Williams, First Lieutenant John Scott. HMS Cossack, Captain Vian Hugh Manning, Lieutenant Commander Turner, Number 1, Douglas Storm, Navigating Officer Pilot Kenneth Dyte, Sub-Lieutenant David Spencer, Coxswain Edgar Norfolk, P.O. Morley, David Bird, P.O. Wilson, Michael Turner, RAF Pilot, Nicky Edmund, Co-Pilot, Nigel Anthony, First Norwegian Naval Officer, Garrick Sheldrup, Norwegian Pilot, Otto Diamond, German Seaman, John G. Heller. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Archie Campbell.